SM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show more pride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show more pride until I die. Wahoosie Savage K, un representa SD671 production, the whole island of Guam. This is the front line, interracial hub of the globe. Busy traffic, but forever in that slow mode. If you from Dedido, Chigo or some money, I better know exactly what you're doing, getting groovy. If you from Minalahan, no maybe down in Lesu, you got the chromey smell creeping out your bedroom window. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show more pride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show more pride until I die. If you from ABT or back road chillin' Mungie Town, you got that pride held high because you brown and proud. If you from Barragata or the Italian Pago, you probably got those cold caps twisted off your bottles. If you from Sinahanya, PD of Santa Rita, you got the shizzle, the smizzle that make the parties chisel. Guam's like the antidote, like wicked music notes. The only place to be, no matter young or old. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show more pride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show more pride until I die. Explode's my main goal. No fear, I let it go. Let the good times roll. Homie, this is my solo. And Guam's where it's at. Mixing down the fattest tracks. That feel good island music with that bump in the back. Where's all my boony dogs? I'm talking Guam the Mog. Some of us against the law. Some down to take the fall. Stand tall, pursue your dreams. If your cheek come clean, it's a daily routine. If you know what I mean. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show more pride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show more pride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show more pride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show more pride until I die.
Rosinha uli di sombranza temak e su ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo em memu a no que distância como cupo Hai banderata caigui, pues attenfani bandera, kau esta pagua pumalapa, giluk tanu man libri, sentamiti man ko badi.
Fanogi chamoru puritanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria abiba isla senpara Paraiona, Parai gloria, abiba islas el para. Toru y tempo y paz, paraíta, zanginilangina bendition. Contra biligu nafan sofuam Jus bruteis langmon Contra biligu nafan sofuam Jus bruteis langmon
Taiguiniti not put hagu Zatu apata hau zangin undingu lo huli hau gipangi zanu lagu gi matamu zahapat sa zuhumoski pabehu songa lo ti hongi itselumu napu napu tizu nai pagu nagwahu gyagi magagit gifionmu pues apu magigabag aku sabi sa nganyang di istoryaku sa hagu jauh pues apu magigabag aku sabi sa nganyang di istoryaku sa hagu jauh Asinati nongi Nai kura sanduku makati Ai puragu Ai no hagu itelupu Na maga itu na asu Na puragu tu nai neni nai mapatu Na unak paruki zakwagu Na maga itu na tizamu Zape na hana za ina pues apu magigabag ako sabi sa ngayon istoryaku sa hagu jauh pues apu magigabag ako sabi sa ngayon istoryaku sa hagu jauh Pues apu magigabag ako sabi sa ngayon istoryaku sa hagu jauh and lay your head upon my shoulders and put your worries in my pocket and let your love shine through Pues apu magigabag ako sabi sa ngayon istoryaku sa hagu jauh
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason Solis.
It's a golden morning,
It is.
or silver, or bronze,
Yep. Because
depending who
we're,
you're cheering for.
we're doing the Olympics, and Jay, we've got our Olympic trivia coming up real soon.
Yes, and you know what? We keep saying, you guys should watch like in prime time, from 7 to 10 p.m. and everything like that. It's only 2 weeks, guys. Make the effort and get up and watch the really, really early coverage, like like the witching hour. Because I was watching.
The
I was watching,
Gauntlet.
Oh yeah, I was watching skateboarding today, which is a
Wow.
first time Olympic event.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to say, they keep talking about greatest of all time, right? Tom Brady, the GOAT. Michael Jordan, the GOAT. Simone Biles, the GOAT. Tony Hawk is the commentator, and when you have a guy saying you can pull off a McTwist 8 feet off the lip, and
Yeah.
Tony Hawk is giving you high praise, I mean
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
a gold medal in and of itself.
Yeah, it is.
But it's fantastic. I mean, these are young people. I watched the female skateboarders today, 13 and 14-year-old kids, and they're doing tricks like when we were young.
Man, Jay, when I was skating when I was young, it was the popular thing were these stickers, and it was skateboarding is not a crime.
Oh yeah.
And so it's crazy how far skateboarding has come.
Yeah, and it's fantastic. I mean, they're
We used to
defying
skate all
gravity.
over, man. We used to skate from Windward Hills, my grandpa's house in Windward Hills, up to the mall. Because my grandpa was the chief of security at the mall.
Whoa,
So we'd skate, all the way, man.
that's a long bike
Skate or
ride.
die. Yep.
Wow.
Should have never quit. Could have been in the Olympics.
Possibly.
Yeah, could have been something, Sabrina.
You know, we want to send a special Hafaday and good morning to Millie Case, who's joining
yeah.
us right now, and she said this is her first time watching the show. She logged on for the very first time. So good morning. Thank you for watching.
Yes, with no pressure, Jay. Wow, I feel like we can't let her down. Good morning. Where's she from? Where are you from, Millie?
Yeah, she didn't put her location, but yeah, well, that's what we do, Millie, too. Is everybody kind of like tags their where you're watching from and even if you're on island, you could be down the road, you could be on the other side of the world.
Yeah, you could be watching all the way from beautiful, exciting to mooning. But thanks for joining us. Thank you, Facebook Live. Josie Faji, Hafaday, beautiful people in Guam. Elizabeth Agagi, Hafaloha, good morning. KUAM from Eva Beach, Hawaii. Thank you, Liz, for always jamming with us on the link.
Eva Beach is awesome. There's a lot of musicians who come from Eva Beach.
I don't know anything about it. What's up? What's up with Eva Beach?
No, do you remember like way back, maybe about
it's 10 in the morning in Hawaii. Wow, good time to
10 in the morning out there.
Yeah, it's 10 in the morning on the Leeward side.
Okay, well, remember when you were still a hit radio at the time, but we brought in a DJ from Hawaii. His name was Irie Dan.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone was like, wow, this guy really knows about, reggae music and island music. He's got all these connections. And in walks this like 6'3", a little bit like portly, like howly guy. And everyone's like, wait, that's Irie Dan. As soon as like you talk to him and everything like that, he has the pulse of island music. He knew about the history about it. He can like recite like the most obscure stuff. And Irie Dan was from Eva Beach.
Wow.
Bree, do you remember Dan's last name?
No.
Irie Dan, man, super cool guy. And now he's like actually since he was with us for I want to say like maybe 2-3 years.
I think he's doing like concerts now or something.
Yeah,
right?
he's one of the biggest promoters of reggae music out on the West Coast. And
Not to
everything.
be confused with Banana Dan,
Yeah.
who's also a concert guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So shout out to Irie Dan, man, really good guy. Those are good years when he was here.
Right on. 620. It's the link. Good morning, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT, and Jack in the Box. Joe, sir, can you open the window? See what kind of day we got here. Ooh, it's going to be hot. Oh, it was hot yesterday.
Oh, it was super hot
Oh,
yesterday.
my God. Might be Guam is hot.
I went for a walk, and I was, because I was supporting Brazilian volleyball because the U.S. is now knocked out of the tournament.
Wow.
I had my Brazilian volleyball jersey, and I went walking up at the fitness trail right up the street
Wow.
from us in Harmon. And I counted it when I was wearing my mask, because of course you should. When I got home, I had 22 gnats around my eyes where the mask didn't cover, around my neck and my clavicle. All these
Around
black
your
gnats.
clavicle, huh?
Yeah, all these black gnats, and I was like,
Man, you
wow.
ever had gnats around your clavicle, Bree?
You've never had.
Well, so the gnats are out. They're not out down south. I wanted a nice little beach walk.
And the scary ones are like the kind of like white ones that you have a hard time seeing. Like you
I
look
think
down
they're
at
just
your arm.
attracted to you.
Are they?
Yeah.
They probably miss.
You're giving off the pheromones, Jay. I don't know if anyone ever told
No,
you you're
well-
spewing pheromones.
I've heard their sense of sight is really bad. So to them, I look like a giraffe. And if you've ever seen me walking, I look like
Yeah,
a
he
total
does.
goof too. Like I've got this weird,
You're
lunge.
very purposeful, I would say. At 6:21, here's who's coming up on the show, guys. Well, we're getting public health because there have been some developments. Oh boy, have there been on this this latest surge of COVID-19. It is a surge of COVID-19 positive cases. Bree, there were 30 last night. Were you able to figure anything out just based on your examination of the JIC reports?
Well, the 30, when you compare the day before's JIC with last night's JIC, so Tuesday, Wednesday, when you look at them, it shows that the 30 positives are actually from a civilian population, which means, outside of the fence.
Right.
The numbers didn't move for the military in terms of COVID cases, but what did move, what I thought was interesting, is the number of military personnel in the military isolation facility, wherever that is. So that jumped by 9. But again, the number of positives for the military did not move, although there were more people in isolation.
Right. And then we're also able to confirm with Director Artson Augustine late last night that there are 12, this is new information, guys, there are 12 U.S. military personnel currently in the public health isolation facility. Director Art St. Augustine confirmed with us that these are U.S. Army personnel that are currently in the isolation facility, the Gov Guam isolation facility. He wasn't really able to tell us much more. For example, what triggers military being housed in the civilian ISOFAC, right? Because they have their own isolation facility.
Right. I mean, at least that's what the JIT graphic shows.
Yeah.
It says isolation location, it's military, the government, home. you know.
Right. And you guys know, because we've been reporting, there's a huge presence of off-island military personnel, not just from the U.S. I believe we're anticipating the arrival of a U.K. Group that's going to join this training. I've seen the Japanese military. So it's a huge joint exercise. Pacific Iron. Multiple, right? So there's like Pacific Iron, Forager, and then another one. Operation Machine Gun
No, that's not the name
Bullets.
of it. But
No, it's not. That's,
Pacific Defender? Or
something like that. Yeah, they're running out of names for these operations. Before they were like Tandem Thrust. Remember that one didn't go over so well though.
Remember
It
that?
sounded like a porn. Operation Tandem Thrust. Oh my God, what? Close your eyes, kids. So yeah, that's pretty interesting that there are 12 United States military personnel in the public health isolation facility, as confirmed by the director, Art St. Augustine. What does it
But
all mean?
It's also interesting that 30,
Well, yeah,
there's
that's
30 new positive cases.
right. Then
But
we
it-
also,
The JIC does not, differentiate whether the 30 or anybody who's positive are vaccinated
Right.
or unvaccinated. It's
Correct.
Just, you just don't know.
so that's why we got to go and get someone from public health to come on and break down this information for us.
Well, we
please.
did have
But-
a story last night about 2 members of our community who
Right.
are vaccinated who did test positive.
Well, on fire.
Yeah.
2 firefighters.
And the other thing is the hospitalizations. They're still low.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Chima kept saying it yesterday as if I didn't know, but just because you're vaccinated doesn't mean that it's a cure. It doesn't mean that you still can't get COVID, because you can. It just that it might not be as serious or severe. So again,
Yeah.
three people are hospitalized for COVID.
Right. And that's kind of what they're going with. They're going with that sentiment that, oh yeah, we have 30 positives. We had 29. Was it 29 yesterday?
Yeah, 29 yesterday, but
23
23 of those were military.
Yeah, and then 23 on Monday. So we are in a surge right now. But they're saying, I mean, I'm paraphrasing a little bit here, but they're saying, oh, it's okay because our hospitalizations are low. Which
Also-
means, I guess, the vaccine is doing their job.
There was also the
I don't- yeah.
variants. They had the JIC reported that there were 6 results out of 9 that were sent to CDC for genome sequencing, and 6 of them were still pending the other 3, but the 6 turned up for epsilon variant of
Interest?
interest, or concern. I don't even know what that is, and I tried looking it up.
That would be the next letter in the Latin alphabet.
Epsilon variants of interest.
Thanks, Sheriff.
All 6 are variants from California.
Right. Yeah, this is a Cali variant.
Also, the car score almost doubled.
Yeah, it's
It nearly went
3.0.
from 1.1 the other day to 1.7 yesterday to 3.0 last night.
Yeah.
And remember, Dr. Felix Cabrera was saying once it hits 1.2, that's when everybody starts to get concerned. It went way past that yesterday, and we are like way over that today.
Yeah, so obviously we need more information about this.
The military yesterday, did we talk about that? They also
Yeah, that's funny. This is funny. So we had Chima on yesterday, and he was like, oh no, they're wearing the mask on the base. And I was like, no, they're not. Hello, it's right on Facebook.
I could have sworn we saw that.
Yeah, I looked it up on Facebook, and Facebook was like, yeah, they're having a party on the base. But yesterday, they reversed their mask mandate, and they're now requiring everyone on military installations on Guam to wear a mask. So that's
Yeah.
very telling.
Everyone. It doesn't matter if you're vaccinated or
Right.
not vaccinated.
Yep. Doesn't matter if you
everybody.
got 3 eyes, you still got to wear a mask.
Yep. And then they also have the restriction of movement for
That's right. That was
the
huge.
temporary
So anybody who's
assign-
here on a training, you have to stay in your
wherever your lodging is, and you
Right.
can only go to back and forth to wherever you're supposed to be.
yeah. Yeah.
That's
I think they
it.
tried that before. Didn't work out so well, guys. Remember? So yeah, remember that? And there was that whole thing with it was like an Air Force training or something.
31
Yeah.
airmen, and
Yeah.
31
we, said,
airmen,
we
yeah.
said that was the turning point for the local community because testing wasn't really like a well-attended event. I mean,
Right,
you'd always
yeah.
get like maybe a couple hundred.
So
And
basically,
then that news about the 31 airmen
Right.
came out, and then the very next day they had a testing site up in Jigo.
there was like 1,000.
2,500 people
Yeah,
showed up.
yeah.
And everyone was like, "Oh,
Yeah,
dude."
because it's like, hey, they visited all these
Yeah.
different restaurants.
Yeah.
All these
And
different
Yeah,
they,
restaurants.
remember
were,
that?
they were supposed to not leave the Guam Reef over in Tumon, right? And they said
Yeah.
they went down as far. That report said they went down as far as Jeff's
Yeah.
in Ipan.
They were all over gallivanting. Yeah, so not really the best track record of following the restriction of movement orders. But these are young dudes. And you go down to Tumon, these are like young cats. They're like 18 to 22. So obviously there's going to be some very hard to keep still kind of issues. But we'll see. I mean, they're lodging. I know a lot of them are staying in hotels in Tumon.
I haven't been down to Tumon
Yeah.
in a while. Long time, actually.
Yeah, so just be on the lookout, guys. Okay? So those orders are in place. So if you see someone military-ish looking, hey, you're supposed to be out here. Other than that, we'll get more information on the personnel that are in the ISOFAC, on what this all means with public health coming up on the show. Yeah. Good morning.
There's a lot of stuff going on with the Guam Department of Education. This afternoon, I believe it's 1 o'clock, there's going to be a press conference that GDOE is going to be holding, and they're going to have all kinds of information about school operations. We're going to be streaming that press conference on our Facebook page, so everybody can watch and get the information they need to know. There's also parent sessions, virtual parent sessions that GDOE kicks off tonight at 6 o'clock, and these are being held for districts, right? So I think today is Luton and Lago. I have more information about that in our newscast.
Right. And then
And
we're
I
getting,
just
we're
put
also
that on
getting,
our timeline too. If you guys want to get the
Okay.
links and you want to make
Yep.
sure to see what Zoom, because there are specific Zoom links for the different days.
Yeah.
So you guys can check on our timeline. That's already up.
They also released the dates and what you need to know and register for the pandemic EBT cards.
Right.
So those are going to start being distributed on the 9th. And there's different days and times, but they're going to be distributed at the Micronesia Mall. But before you even go, you need to register first.
okay. Right on. And is that per child?
Per child?
Yeah.
I don't think it said that in the release if it's per
Okay.
child.
We'll get John on. John's coming on. John Fernandez, GDOE superintendent. That John coming on the show. We'll ask him. Also, we're getting Dave Delasola. There was an increase in claims for the PUA. So while we've been seeing a downward trend in the amount of money that's been dispersed, it went up a little bit. So we'll find out from Dave what that was all about. And then I know they're doing a bunch of training and the job search requirement stuff. So we'll ask about that as well. Jenna Gamindi, Guam Homeland Office of Civil Defense, coming on. We'll talk a little bit about quarantine because they've been saying forever that they're going to consolidate the quarantine and isolation facilities. But it's going to be interesting, that conversation going to be coming at a time where we're seeing the ISOFAC being used for a change. 6:31, you want to do the news?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, let's do the news, fine. It's Thursday,
Fine.
August 5th. Brought to you by Pacific Points, our first look at news with Sabrina Salas-Matanani from the KUAM news team. Good morning. It's brought to you by Pacific Points. Sabrina?
Off a day, everybody. Guam recorded 30 new positive cases. These are cases that were identified out of 669 tests performed on Tuesday. 6 cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 8,623 officially reported cases of the virus, with 143 deaths. 119 cases are active, and there have been 8,361 recoveries. A total of 3 people are hospitalized. The CAR scores climbed to 3.0. Now, you wouldn't see it reported in the JIC release, but when comparing the JIC graphics release on Tuesday to Wednesday, it indicates that all 30 positives are civilians. The number did not move in the number of COVID cases amongst the military. The JIC graphic, however, showed the number of military personnel in their isolation facility increased by 9. Interestingly enough, and no explanation was given, but KUAM has confirmed information we received last night with Public Health that 12 U.S. military or Army personnel are being housed in the government of Guam's isolation facility. Meanwhile, in a press release issued last night, Joint Region Marianas announced increased safety protocols on local military bases. Everyone entering any local military installation must now wear a face mask. Additionally, a restriction of movement order is in place for all temporarily assigned military personnel in Guam. The safety measures are being implemented following an increase in COVID-19 positive cases among military members, concurrent with an increased operational tempo and influx of temporarily assigned personnel. Also, the JIC reports that Public Health received 6 new results from the virus samples collected on Guam, which have undergone genome sequencing by the CDC. The 6 samples were identified as epsilon variants of interest. All 6 are variants of the California variant. The Joint Information Center last night also reported Public Health issued additional guidance regarding the operation of face-to-face operations for kinder through 12th grade. 3 feet social distancing required, along with layered mitigation strategies such as the mandate of wearing face masks. All in-class school operation plans must be emailed and approved by Public Health. Public Health, in the meantime, and GDOE also announced the launch of the SNAP Pandemic EBT program, which is a federally funded program. The PEBT cards for eligible children who attend public schools can be picked up on August 9th through the 27th, and then on August 30th through the 31st and September 1st from 11 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. at the Micronesia Mall Center Court. You must register first at tinyurl.com/PEBT Guam and also bring a valid picture ID. The Guam Department of Education, in the meantime, is holding a press conference at 1 o'clock this afternoon to discuss the reopening plan for schools. KUAM will stream that press conference on our Facebook page, so you will have the information you need to know. Additionally, GDOE will host 3 virtual parent input sessions via Zoom. The meetings will have back-to-school information for students and families. The first virtual session is at 6 o'clock tonight for parents and students in the Lagu and Lutan district. I believe we have that link or the Zoom invite in our comment section. And with more news, here is Tyler Matanani.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
1 and 10 half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. Senators held a relatively brief session Wednesday. They did confirm a new Superior Court judge, Alberto Tolentino, but they recessed without discussing any more bills, including, surprisingly, a pair of measures to amend the RISE Act. Instead, they're scheduled to reconvene on Friday for voting. Also today, they did move to the voting file a resolution by Senator Talina Nelson asking President Joe Biden to use his administrative powers to remove the filing deadline for war claims. The measure also seeks to extend eligibility to the survivors of would-be claimants who have since passed away. Several senators took to the floor in support of the measure.
This resolution embodies the voices of our Manamku, who for more than half a century have shared their stories of their youth with their children and grandchildren. Their stories have shaped generations of Guam's people and, in dignity and respect, have shed light on the atrocities of war and the trauma many have suffered for decades.
I'm sure, Madam Speaker, you've experienced this yourself. There was still hesitancy on the part of many of these individuals to want to relive that tragedy, those horrific circumstances that they had to live by. The question is, are we going to penalize individuals who have kept this in themselves for 7 decades and find it very difficult to relive it?
Those who suffered atrocities during the World War II occupation of Guam were allowed to file claims under the Guam World War II Loyalty Recognition Act, with the Foreign Claims Settlement Commission established by Congress. At the end of the day, it appears that if you're eligible for an all-rise payment, you should go ahead and get your mayor's verification. More than 1 week ago, the acting governor ordered DRT forego the verifications so residents could avoid the long lines at their mayor's offices. DRT instead would accept applications and then verify residency with mayors later. Following a meeting on Monday with DRT, Mayor's Council of Guam President Jesse Allig reported to his colleagues that DRT will have 3 piles of applications.
Complete applications with only the mayor's verifications pending. So that means the applicant can submit it without the mayor's verification. And then the third is just incomplete applications.
As we reported, the application and payment process is on a first in, first out basis, meaning the sooner you file a complete application with a mayor's verification, the quicker you will get your all-rise payment, or you can submit it without one.
I think that you do that expeditiously because, again, the constituents will have to wait longer for you to verify them and send it back to DRT so DRT continues their process.
Reventax, in the meantime, still hasn't completed an application for eligible residents to apply. The contractor for the solar farm project could be looking at fines and possibly even a revocation of its license. Here's more.
Over the past couple of days, investigators from the Guam Contractors Licensing Board have been at the solar farm site, looking into whether Samsung E&C America and its main contractor, KEPCO, have been complying with their approved plans. GCLB Executive Director Buddy Orsini.
There's some findings that we found, and we're going to take it to another step as soon as we conclude. So there's some documentations that we request that consist of samples and materials and specifications. We need the latest one. Apparently there was 2 different revisions that happened here.
Guam EPA has already issued an $18 million penalty to the contractor for failing to follow its sediment and erosion control plans. But Guam law only allows a maximum fine of $125,000. DPW is also conducting its own assessment. As for the Guam Contractors Licensing Board,
our role is to protect the community and the public from willful violations and also concerns of EPA, environmental, and public health issues.
Orsini clarifies they are not in charge of monitoring the work, but rather conducting an investigation should plans or concerns arise. And that's definitely what happened in the Marbo area. Like Guam EPA, Orsini says they found a ponding basin that was included in the plans, but wasn't constructed.
If that thing was there, this incident would have been prevented.
The CLB is expected to complete their investigation by the end of the week. Depending on the severity of the violations, they will hold a special board meeting and could fine the main contractor, KEPCO.
I'm not saying we're going to give them a fine. That's not what I'm saying right now. But in the event, if it turns that way, we, based on our law, 21 GCA Real Property, Chapter 70 contractors, the minimum will be $200, and we can go all the way up to 50% of the contract amount.
With regional headlines, here's KSPN 2 News.
Half a day, Dantino, Guam. Here's what's making headlines in the CNMI. The Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation and the Governor's COVID-19 Task Force will implement on-arrival PCR screening for all inbound travelers, including those who are fully vaccinated. This comes after guidance from the CDC regarding the COVID-19 Delta variant. According to Hospital Chief Esther Munya, the Delta variant's increased transmissibility underscores the need to screen all travelers on arrival. Munya continues on saying that the best tool against the pandemic is the COVID-19 vaccination. The CHCC is also urging residents to continue wearing masks indoors and around individuals whose vaccination is unknown. If fully vaccinated travelers receive a negative test result, they will be able to quarantine with restriction of movement, which means they will only be permitted for work and essential movement only. They will be able to choose their lodging, but they must verify vaccination status and they must pass their household assessments. All travelers are also required to show up to their 5th day testing. If any individual tests positive, they will be isolated at the government quarantine facility. For comments, concerns, or inquiries, you may contact the task force hotline at 287-0046. The journey of Xiao Wei Quinn and Yoon Lee Red was to seek asylum in Guam for their overstaying in the Sinamay. Credible sources tell KSPN that the two individuals entered as tourists back in 2019. On July 18 of this year, Quinn and Red left Saipan on a 14-foot-long black Kodiak skiff. 3 days later, the spouse of one of the individuals called the Sinamay Department of Public Safety after being concerned of their well-being. The U.S. Coast Guard then launched a search on July 21st. After covering 14,000 square nautical miles with no signs of the individuals, the Coast Guard officially suspended the search on July 27. But then on Friday, July 30, 3 p.m., the Coast Guard Sector Guam watchstanders were made aware that Quinn and Red were recovered 65 miles northwest of Rota by the merchant vessel Mito. They were then safely transported back to Saipan. For more news, please visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2, I'm Sally Limas.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Prime Time.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Andrew Manabusan is scheduled to be arraigned in federal court this afternoon. As reported, he was picked up in California, where he allegedly mailed a package containing more than 3,600 gross grams of meth to the territory. Former DOC officer and former police officer Jose Ananich was busted for receiving it. Their cases have been sealed. Convicted sex offender Mark Felix was sentenced to 5 years in prison with credit for time served and must also serve a parole term of 5 years for groping and trying to digitally penetrate a sleeping minor. Judge Vern Perez told Felix, quote, "Not only did you impact the victim in a negative way to which she's traumatized and may suffer from trauma for years, but it was a trust that was violated." He was convicted of attempted third-degree criminal sexual conduct and 2 counts of fourth-degree criminal sexual conduct. He will also have to register as a sex offender. 57-year-old Jesse Cruz Camacho will have to spend the next 24 months in jail after pleading guilty to stealing and then selling more than $250,000 worth of electronic devices from the Navy Exchange, where he worked for 3 years, beginning in June 2016. During a sentencing hearing in the district court, he was also ordered to serve 2 years supervised release, 100 hours of community service, and pay $261,000 in restitution to Navy Exchange Guam. Local businessman Evan Montville Cohen is scheduled to be sentenced on November 18th after pleading guilty to federal charges related to fraud in the district court. In March 2020, he was accused of fraudulently using a man's personal information to rent an apartment in Tamuning. In 2009, Montville Cohen pleaded no contest to a charge of first-degree theft in the First Circuit Court of Hawaii. In that case, he was accused of stealing thousands from a landscaping firm and sentenced to 5 years probation. During the Mayor's Council of Guam meeting Wednesday, village leaders expressed concerns about the stray animal population getting out of control. Isaiah Uggan reports.
During the Mayor's Council of Guam meeting on Wednesday, village leaders expressed concerns about the stray animal population on the island getting out of control.
This morning I caught 3 dogs. I called and they're not accepting dogs again because it's full. What are we going to do?
Okay, can I have Mayor Pombo? Okay, go ahead.
Gain has done this for over a year already. We're not getting any better, and there's a lot of dogs that are roaming the streets, and they've attacked kids again. And school is opening, and it's going to get worse.
With the amount of stray dogs throughout the different villages around the island, there's no real concrete solution to exactly how you're going to bring these dogs up or whatnot. I mean, like Mayor Mack has just said, school's right around the corner. We've got many residents that have kids walk to school, and their way to school, there's a bunch of dogs. We're trying our best as mayors and vice mayors throughout different villages and islands to catch these dogs and bring them up to game. But let alone when we call GAIN or call Mayor Paco to see if we can go to GAIN, they're loaded.
The Stray Animal Roundup program has been on hold for over a month due to GAIN shelter capacity being maxed out. It's a committee chaired by Mamong Toto Mighty Mayor Rudy Paco, which aims to address the estimated 40,000 stray animals that have been troubling the island for decades. PD Mayor and MCOG President Jesse Alec hopes a solution is developed soon. He says that he's still having conversations with the legislature and the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration about GAIN's capacity and animal control. Eventually, Alec said that the ultimate goal is to transfer all of animal control responsibilities to animal control, because after all, it's their responsibility.
The executive director and I did meet with Senator San Augustine, and that was one of the issues, is when you're looking at our operations, sometimes you have to consider that we have to do what we're mandated, and animal control is not part of our mandate. And so we can say yes, call animal control, but if animal control only has one, I don't really want to know what animal control's excuses are. If it's an animal control issue, it needs to be handled by animal control and not the mayor's office. Right, bottom line.
The program remains on hold until further notice. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
Speaker Teresa Lahi said it's going to be very difficult to pass the budget if senators only have half the picture. She says general fund revenues are projected at $600 to $700 million, but there's another $600 million in ARP funds that can also be tapped.
Speaker Teresa Lahi says it's going to be very difficult to pass a budget if senators only have half the picture. She says general fund revenues are projected at $600 to $700 million, but there's another $600 million in ARP funds that can also be tapped.
And we're being asked to look the other way when it comes to agencies such as public health and not fund things such as senior citizens and foster children's services and trust that the ARP funds will take care of that. Well, I'm hoping that we can get further clarification, because I don't think that's, I'm not comfortable doing a budget like that.
Senators know that the line agencies have told the front office what their needs are, but neither they nor ADLOOP have provided the legislature with much in the way of details.
I'm hoping when the governor returns that she can, brief us on her trip and give us the details at that time. I think, I think that would be the right time, right before we start our budget, to hear the details of this ARP plan. And even if it's verbal, even if it's, flexible and it's going to change later, to hear it from her directly would make it very much more concrete for us to rely on during the budget process.
An ADLOOP spokesperson let us know that the governor is on her way back from D.C. and should be home before the end of the week.
The push to get every American vaccinated is heating up, with new vaccine requirements being announced in New York City today. New York City is not alone. Many private companies are also now requiring their workers be vaccinated, including Tyson Foods, which announced its vaccine mandate today. Skylar Henry has more.
New York Mayor Bill de Blasio announced tough new vaccination requirements for many of the city's most popular indoor activities. People will now have to prove they are vaccinated if they want to eat indoors at restaurants, work out in gyms, and attend performances. The city will begin enforcing it September 13th.
Not everyone's going to agree with this. I understand that. But for so many people, this is going to be the life-saving act that we're putting a mandate in place. It's going to guarantee a much higher level of vaccination in this city, and that is the key to protecting people and the key to our recovery.
This comes as the White House is working with private companies who are requiring employees to get vaccinated.
Walmart, Disney, and Google all announcing vaccine requirements, and there's dozens of other companies that are doing these types of actions to protect their workers.
The White House announced the U.S. has finally reached 70% of U.S. adults at least being partially vaccinated, a goal that President Biden wanted to meet about a month ago. The rise in vaccinations coincides with a sharp increase in cases due to the Delta variant, but some states still lag behind, with 17 states with vaccination rates under 50%.
The vast majority of spread is in this country is among those who are unvaccinated.
Officials do acknowledge there are some breakthrough cases where vaccinated people are still getting sick, including South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. He tweeted, "I'm very glad I was vaccinated, because without vaccination, I'm certain I would not feel as well as I do now. My symptoms would be far worse." Skylar Henry, CBS News, the White House.
With your news in tomorrow, here's Ken Concepcion.
Buenos updates to get soon to be kunut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Masintensya kriminal Mark Felix para 5 anyos gi ipreso, padisaw niya ni ubas ni nakinanta DC. Makredito padi tempo niya estagi ipreso, zama paro para 5 anyos na tempo gi después. Mataki pod manhakot minoridad, sa kepat sa ipatgon ni kalulot niya mentres mamaygo. Sinangani si Felix as West Vernon Paris, nasa nafekta ay biktima, gisan negatibo na manera, nusinya ay nafekta ni ibaba para sa nanako na tempo. Sa tipo rin na talo, loy manalingon tolin ng nguko para hogo. Makumbikta si Felix no attempted 3rd-degree criminal sexual conduct ng 2 kwenta na 4th-degree criminal sexual conduct. Debbie Loque di lehestragi na sex offender. Di masasunto, manali man mga si public health ni militar di medicalis para maigzima ikanahulo numero ni maninadsi ni COVID-19. Gi 29 na kausang COVID no ma-identifika 23 sa man militar na persona. Chief Public Health Officer si Chima McBagwen sa sangad na talsa senfit mitrabiha na ebidensya. Gihaji mabakuna, nain naman ni Nadzi, jadyo ng informasyon sa gagigyo membestiti kay kausa, jadebi from natalsang dyan ni militar para madiskuti. Alji masasanatan sa Taimano ST ang efekta, i-community data. Gimapas na 5 diya sa na tempo, maliin ng personal militar, 40 na kinamfit man kausang COVID. Lain niya mas si Magbem na tisinya asangan ko, alji maninadya na personal militar siya, sa dyan man matumagi guaham para forma training. Masasunto, anunsya Delegado Michael San Nicolas 2 nuevo na member nito na staff. Si Tenelta Nelson Mori, sa Guizapago Legislative Director of the Congressional Office. Si Kenneth Leon Guerrero sa Washington DC Staff Director, da si Julian Berdalio sa mapromote para Guam Staff Director. Si Mori sa Hagsay Oficinan San Nicolas desde ni Senador Guahan. Si Leon Guerrero sa Sumanag Oficinan San Nicolas para Lead Case Worker, da mapromote después para Case Work Manager. Sumano sa Bernardo yung TRG Wounded Warriors na programa sa para atendi mas ikaw sa veterano siya ni militar. Artikulo mas, otro na manera na anong na esta tututun gwi ekonomiyang Guahan umadalanto después ng efekta ni COVID-19 na pinesti ma-report ni Port Authority of Guam na gihunyo na mes iman mafato na containers harum Guahan sa mas mega ekonomi man matu esta gi 2020 na sakan. Gikuntos na para Northern Guam Rotary Club imaga si Port si Rory Respicio sa naay empleyado ni Tatoy Port Inandra para manatay gwini ST entry tito niya. Kasangan mas na established na finances report sa Moody's na bond rating agency sa manaswipin nila niya para report no matsogi gi durante ni pinesti. Magrado pagwi report na established dyan pa sa tiboy posisyon niya muna. Ito muna asunto para pag na webes ni KUAM News gifinot sa Moro, mababado na ibo Guam Museum desde Martes hasta Ibednes las 10 geegan hasta las 2 gitaluani. I-curator pa museum si Dr. Michael Bivakwa, asangan naman manana ibisita ni museum 30 minutos sa na tempo, kada grupo siya. Notisinya ki 20 mas na tao-tao. Ilang niya mas naman nakikifo na dyan sa Sunia giyaji man nuevo siya na exhibit para mas gidigicolonization dyan sa moral self-determination na finata. Imanantirosaw na grupo para mabisita museum sa Sina Maagang 989-4455 at 989-2658. Pad-email the Guam Museum at gmail.com. By Guam News Network, Guasican Concepcion. Yasuto Yufinut Samoro sa presenta sa ninafakto ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. Catching your favorite events during the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games has never been easier. In addition to the KUAM TV8 broadcast presentations of the July 23rd opening ceremony, the competitions you look most forward to, and the poignant closing ceremony, you can stream the specific events you want to watch through NBCOlympics.com and the NBC Sports app. Visit KUAM's website and click on any of the Tokyo 2020 banner ads and you will be whisked away to all the action. If streaming sports in the Summer Games is on your personal viewing schedule, then look no further than KUAM.com for links to watch the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all-inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Somehow stepped into my life, and you bring sunshine to my eyes. You make my life worth living for, and you make me hold on to my dreams once more. You, my friend, make me hope again. You, my friend, give me strength that'll never end. Do believe in me, for I believe in you, and together we will see it.
All right, everybody, welcome back to The Link. We're going to go real quickly to our friend Jane Dia, who is at the Department of Education, or Agriculture, I should say, and she is standing by with news for Chris and Bree.
Thank you so much, Jason. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Right on. Jane Dia, Department of Ag, like Jason said, they're doing the field to fork pig hunt with Department of Ag. And Jane, thanks for joining us in your Hunter Orange. Unmute. Thank you. I wasn't prepared to brush up on my lip reading this morning.
Sorry.
Right on. Hey, Jane, good morning.
Good morning, Hafa Day. Thank you for having me this morning. Beautiful morning.
It is actually a very hot morning. Very nice. Jane, so tell us a little bit about this field to fork Babwi
Okay,
edition.
so, well, we called it Field to Fork because it is sort of focusing on the hunters' generous donation to provide meat for families. So this is Field to Fork Babwi, and we're also considering a Field to Fork Banadu.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
so
was
this
excited
one's
there.
going to be
yeah.
feral pigs. Yep. So watch out for that one. But this one's going to be the feral pigs, and it's August 21st. But there are mandatory safety briefings that all the participants, whether you're a hunter or a runner, you have to attend. And we're holding those mandatory safety briefings Friday, August 13th and Friday, August 20th. And we're offering 2 sessions each night, so that 6 to 7 or 7 to 8. But you have to sign up ahead of time so we don't get bottlenecked, registering people. So you can email me at jane.dia@doag.guam.gov.
So, Jane, just to clarify, this is it's pretty much the usual pig derby you guys have every year, but you kind of change it up and you're calling it Field to Fork. Is that right?
Yes, we're because we're not offering cash prizes as in like their original derbies, but we do have great partner team with Northern and Southern Soil and Water Conservation Districts and the Farmers Cooperative Association of Guam, and they are teaming up to provide prizes for the winners. And this year we are offering a new category. So there are first, second, third place in archery and firearms for most pigs, but there's also a family group category. So people living in the same household would be considered a family hunt together. And we also have a first-time hunter category. So both of them, it's most pigs.
On average, because this isn't the first time you guys have held this event, on average, how many pigs are, I guess, shot, caught?
Yeah. So, well, last year we had 107.
Wow.
So not too bad. And interestingly, we also had 107 participants. But there's usually multiple runners with a team of a hunter. So hunters would probably be like 60 hunters. So 107 pigs is pretty good.
Where's the hunt at?
It's island-wide. And so if you know someone that's having a pig problem right now, it's a good idea to hook them up with a hunter. So private property, if you are a hunter and would like to hunt on someone's private property, you do need to get written permission.
What type of things are going to be covered in the safety briefing? Is it just the hunting, or is there anything about the cleaning of the pig?
Yeah, we're just going to do the event guidelines and rules, and also we're going to offer just, especially if there's new people to the event, what the program is about, like how hunters contribute to conservation by the U.S. and Fish Wildlife Service sport fish and wildlife restoration grants, and how people who buy hunting and fishing equipment, the manufacturers pay an excise tax. So every time you purchase those kinds of items, even like camping or hiking gear, you're contributing to conservation.
Thank you. Okay, we're good. What's going to happen with the meat?
So the hunters can elect to donate the pigs or keep it, but last year they were all donated. So we're offering from 12 noon to 8 p.m. either at the Talafofo Mayor's office or the Jigo Mayor's office at the gym to pick up pigs. It's first come, first serve, but Matson has donated refrigerated freezers. And so if you're not able to get to the pigs right away, they're going to be in the freezer to keep them safe. So just come by from 12 to 8 to pick up pigs. And if you're there and there are pigs, you can take them.
I know this is a dumb question, but are the pigs going to be cleaned and all that, or it's just like, here's your
carcass.
Here's your carcass.
Okay.
So we cannot process the meat at all because that would require a federal permit. And so we did have advisement from the USDA FSIS office, and they said as long as the hunters are not processing the pigs in any way, they can be donated.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you, Jane. That was brilliant, short and sweet.
Thank you. So go ahead. They can download the registration forms and fill them out before the safety briefing at doag.guam.gov. It's a /resource. So they could download those forms or pick them up at our DAR office from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. The number there is 735-0294. But bring the forms to the safety briefing with a valid ID. If you're using firearms, you have to have a valid firearms ID. If you're a minor, you have to have the proper legal paperwork if you're hunting with an adult. But if that adult's using firearms, they need to have a firearms ID. But new this year, because feral swine are a nuisance species, they're not a protected game animal, no hunting license is required to hunt for this event.
All right, thanks, Jane. I think we're going to put the link in the comments on where to register. Thanks,
Awesome.
Jane.
Thank you so much. Have a
Take
great,
care.
beautiful day.
All right, Jane, good luck with that. Keep us posted.
Thank you. We'll let you know.
Okay, right on. It's the Link 7-Eleven. Coming up on the show, we got Dave Del Solo, Department of Labor. We're also going to go with our friend Farron Tyrant in a bit, but we've got to call an audible here and get Chima Mbakwem, the acting Chief Public Health Officer, on, just because there's a lot going on with the coronavirus, right, as we are in this pandemic. So, Chima, thank you again. We're going to have to give you your own chair around here. You're becoming quite the regular.
Hi, Chima. You're unmute, please.
We might lost him, yeah.
Oh, man.
Okay.
I think it's what you.
Let's take a break,
I don't have my
guys. When in doubt, break it out. It's 7:12. So we'll be right back with more of The Link next.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Henderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Let's try this again here. Chima in the KUAM News Link Zoom room. Good morning, Chima. He's the acting Chief Public Health Officer.
Good morning, Chima.
He looks frozen.
Or in deep thought.
Yeah, he's pensive. What are these guys going to ask me this morning? Huh. All right. Let's get Farron on real quick. Just tell Chima we'll figure it out. Let's try it again. Okay, fine.
Third time's a charm.
Yep.
Hi, Chima.
All right, Chima. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Yay! Thanks for joining us. Have you had your coffee yet, Chima? I know you said it's been a long night.
Yeah, I was about heading out before I got the call to join. Yes.
Appreciate it. You jumping on last minute. So the Director Art St. Augustine was able to confirm with us last night that there are 12 U.S. military personnel currently in the public health isolation facility.
Yes. Those are so these are a different scenario because these are people who actually were stranded on a boat, on a ship. They embarked on this exercise from Yokosuka on July 3rd. And they were at sea all this time. They were there for more than 30 days. And when they discovered that they had COVID on board, they reached out to public health, to help isolate the individuals who were positive so that they can go back to sea. So that is what happened yesterday.
What ship?
I think it's a Navy ship.
U.S. Navy?
Yes.
And so this is separate from the positive cases we saw with the other DoD personnel.
Yes. This is just us being Guam. This is us supporting, people who are in need. They were actually at sea.
Can you give us more details about the operation?
So is the Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah. Okay.
So do they not have any military isolation facilities?
For more than 30 days. So there must have test, on-time testing. So when you test and walk away, anything can happen. So the individuals, we helped them yesterday. We actually housed them in there now.
Chima, can you just say all that over because you were breaking up there?
Like I said, it was just us being Guam, supporting people who are in need, and right now they are in the isolation facility and they're doing well.
They Army personnel or Navy personnel?
Army personnel, U.S. Army.
And do you know what the name of the ship is?
I didn't ask.
Have you received word if any other military personnel, were they medevaced here?
No, what actually happened was that when they docked to for the individuals to go into isolation, we actually supported them by testing the whole individuals remaining on the ship. So, and I think they sailed out by 6. I think they sailed out between 2 to 6 p.m. yesterday for another mission. So, it's just us, like I said, it's just us being Guam, supporting our neighbors, supporting people who are out here who need help. So, it has nothing to do with the local case. It has nothing to do with our current situation. It's just us, supporting people who are out there in the sea who needed help, like we did with the Roosevelt. So we're just here to support where we can, people who need our help.
When did you say the ship pulled in?
We were called in yesterday, so we didn't have a lot of information about what actually happened. So the information I got yesterday was actually discussing with the major who was trying to work with DPHSS to settle the infected soldiers. So because I wanted to make sure that it had nothing to do with our local situation, and what I got assured me that it had nothing to do with our local transmission. It was just people out there in the sea, who had a challenge, and then we had to support them. It's almost like, someone who is being medevac too, and then they bring him to the hospital on Guam, the nearest hospital. At this point, Guam was the nearest place they could ask for help. Because, the reason for taking these individuals out is to stop ongoing transmission. In a ship, no matter how hard you try, you can isolate them for no matter how long you think you can, but, the chances of them getting sick, more sick is there. So, having this kind of support where they can, ask us to help in case they will need any help with medical facilities in the Navy, if they are sick, or, us housing them in the quarantine facility, isolation facility, sorry.
Chima, so has the outbreak on the ship been contained?
Yeah, if they had only 11 people who are infected, for over this period that they are there, I think you should have been content because they actually sailed out.
11 or 12?
12.
So when did the ship first pull in?
Like I mentioned, I don't have that information. I got in when they needed the public health support, for isolation. So every other details I don't have right now. But I think my focus was just making sure that the individuals were settled and this was not a local transmission that I didn't know about. But the good thing is that with the information I got from the officer, they've been at sea for more than 30 days. So it has nothing to do with Guam.
Right. But Chima, there's thousands of military personnel here on Guam for training. Are we concerned at all that any other ships or any more of these personnel are going to end up being positive for the virus?
Like I told you, the public health teams had a meeting yesterday, and as you can see, the mask mandate came on yesterday, I think by 3 p.m. And this is part of our conversation with the public health folks. I think we're still in a pandemic. There are chances that, we're going to have cases. It's about how many people are vaccinated, what kind of social measures do we have in place to reduce transmission. And, I pointed out yesterday that WHO is actually estimating more than 200 new infections in the next 4 weeks. So for us on Guam is continue to keep our posture, wear our mask, continue to vaccinate. But all these cases, and the good thing is that we're able to identify these cases quickly, isolate those individuals who are actually positive, and then quarantine their contacts. Right now, this is just the only way, we have to reduce the incidences on the island. But moving forward, the assurance is that we are seeing these numbers, we're containing it, and then we're also encouraging people to get vaccinated. Because what we don't want is people getting sick and overwhelming our hospitals. And if you look at the number of cases we have now and look at the rate of hospitalization, it really shows that yes, the virus is still out there. We're still in a pandemic. We're doing our best to encourage people to use social measures to stop transmission and get vaccinated. But the hospitals are not filled up. I think we're in a good place, like I said. Until the pandemic is completely called off, until we stop having new variants, we just continue to adhere to WHO, public health, Guam, and CDC guidelines and recommendations for protecting the community.
What else happened in your meeting yesterday with the DOD?
Chris, it's more like an information sharing meeting, so like I explained to you, what we do as public health is try to look at how to stop the spread of any kind of disease in the community. And part of that comes out from the case investigation. The DOD is actually handling the case investigations behind the fence. But what we did was share information in case there are places of interest outside the fence that they would like us to focus on. So with our meeting yesterday, I don't think we really have so much to worry because a lot of those individuals who were infected were actually units that were training on base, and that has actually been taken care of. But they are still vigilant, they are still watching, they are still sharing information with us when and where they think we need that information to safeguard our community. So, but the good takeaway from the meeting yesterday was the issue that we agreed that both public health realize, both public health accept that masking is key to reducing transmission, and also them taking it back to the leadership. Because at some point we at public health, we come up with these recommendations, we put it up to leadership and the policymakers to take it out there. So we had an agreement. They took it back to their leadership, and good enough. We saw that. So I think the conversation yesterday is really progressive, and we continue to meet. And if there's any need for us, to support or for them to support us, I think that is an avenue that we've actually explored over time.
I'm sorry, but I had to go back to that ship that we don't know the name of, and we don't know when it arrived on Guam or how long it had been on Guam. But these 12 that are inside the government of Guam isolation facility, why couldn't they be placed in a military isolation facility? Clearly they have one.
Sabrina, I think the question should be, why are we supporting them? Because we are trying to help, stop the spread of COVID.
Again, I know, yes, but why aren't they in their military isolation facility?
I think that question would have to go to the Navy, because for me personally, and I can tell you this, I don't, you see, when you're dealing with infectious diseases, there are questions you just don't ask. This is a good question, but at the point of my dealing with them, if I'm asking when the ship arrived, when the ship did not arrive, I think at that point I'm going to miss my primary responsibility of cutting off transmission. The questions you're raising is good to know, but at the point I was dealing with them, that wasn't what I wanted to know. What I wanted to make sure is that these people are properly isolated and the community is safe, and then we can go back and ask these questions. Yeah. So this happened yesterday by 5 to 6 p.m. and we had to deal with it. We had to make sure that these individuals were settled in, and this morning, these questions you're raising, can now be asked. But right now, I don't have those answers.
Yeah, because just being familiar with the military protocol, I'm pretty sure they would call another military entity. So we're just curious why they approach public health when, we saw with the Roosevelt, we didn't house anybody, from the Roosevelt and the ISOFAC. They kind of dealt with it on their own. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so when we have a precedent, Chima, in a similar situation, that's why we're asking what triggered them going to the government of Guam ISOFAC. Is it because we don't have an army base here, or
Yeah,
or the isolation facilities?
I'm curious like you to know those facts, But at the point where I was with them, I was more focused on making sure that these soldiers who serve the nation, properly taken care of, because I think we owe them a responsibility if they're asking for help, and now that we've actually helped them, I think like you're raising the question, it might be good to know why, going down the line, what would have made them do that, and maybe we might hear a more compelling story than just asking why did they come here, what did happen. It might be more compelling than that, because these guys have been out in the sea for more than 30 days, and being out there, with sick people on board, how psychologically challenging it would be, knowing that you're out there with nobody around you, just the water, and then you have some people that are sick with a virus that have been explained to cause so much damage. Seeing strong, healthy people, come down with more serious complications from COVID. I think at this point, I would say your questions are really in line, but yesterday I didn't have a chance to ask those questions. I just wanted to make sure they were settled.
No, but I'm not trying to say, hey, why we helping the military. I'm just saying, asking the basic questions, well, how long have they been here? What's the name of the ship?
Yeah.
Don't they have space on the military base? I'm not trying to trash the military. My father was in the military. But I also just wanted to follow up on these JIC graphics that we get every day. So we know that the numbers moved when it comes to the civilian and military population. So if you look at it, right, the 30 positives, it would indicate that it was 30 positives within the civilian community, outside the fence. The numbers didn't move for the military, so it stayed at 529 from Tuesday to Wednesday. But the isolation locations for the military, it bumped up by 9. So can you explain? Does that mean there's 9 new positive cases within the military, but it's just not in the JIC report?
Okay, so I'm trying to understand clearly what you're
Okay, if you
describing.
go to the day before, was August 2nd, it said there were 54 people in the military isolation facility. With the JIC report that came out last night, there are now 63 people in the military isolation facility,
Hold on,
which
let
means
me
there
do
were
the
9.
math. You said 53. Yeah, 2 days
54,
ago. Now is what?
54 on August 2nd. That was the JIC report, the Joint Information Center report. The next day, which is
Okay.
last night, it was 63. So,
Okay.
you know, that's 9 more people in the military isolation facility. But yet, the numbers don't move when in the breakdown of COVID cases.
Okay, so maybe I'll have to go look at that. But you know, the reports come in from the military to the surveillance team daily. So if it's something that we just need to revisit, because I'm trying to pull up what you're saying, I can't pull it up. So I'm just going to look into it when I get in this morning. But to the best of my knowledge, I have not gotten any new cases. And if there are new cases, basically they are going to report their new cases because it's a requirement. It's actually a legal requirement, you know, for the infectious disease cases to be reported. So I don't think they'll be hiding anything if they have new cases. But I will look into that.
Chima, so is the military isolation facility, were you able to determine if it's full in your meeting yesterday?
Okay, so you know they actually have exercises going on. They're having boarding issues because they are taking up most of the hotels. They have people in tent cities on base. So having an isolation facility or quarantine facility on base, that I don't have an idea if they actually have what capacity they have for isolation and quarantine. So that is one number I don't have. But I can't be speculating that it's full because they have, you know, so many cases and it's filled up and then they are overflowing into the community. I think that is not an assumption I'm going to make because I'm going to look at the numbers of reported cases, you know, to actually use that number but not speculate. So the numbers that we have, you know, is basically what is going on in there. It's about who the contacts to these cases are, you know, what is their vaccination status, what is their quarantine policies for close contacts. I think we're going to have more challenges with the contacts than we have with the positive because what they're doing is taking out the positive from the close contacts and making sure that the close contacts are monitored. So using that, using the numbers of positives to estimate, you know, if the isolation facility is filled up or not filled up. I don't think I can make that assumption.
Okay, well, we're just asking because, you know, this is eerily familiar and, you know, we want to be sure we're not going from, 12 Army personnel in a Goguam ISOFAC to another Theodore Roosevelt-style outbreak, you know, Chima, because the conditions are very ripe for that, given that we have thousands, and we're not just talking 1,000. I believe there's 8,000 personnel here for these different exercises. You're right. So that's why we're asking these questions that are, you know.
Chris, your questions are in line, and I cannot say your questions are not in line, but the facts are clear that it is our primary responsibility as the Department of Public Health and Social Services to ensure that our island is safe, and we take that seriously. You can imagine how much fight, you know, we've had. And I always say this, you know, when Director Act came, it just blew up. He just walked into the middle of the whole, you know, outbreak. And, you know, we fought to contain it. So we know how much effort we put in containing that fire. And then going forward, our primary responsibility of prevention comes in. So we are actually proactive. So we can't let it happen. And you know, we actually, there's an engagement. And like I told you yesterday, we have these conversations with the military. we are open and in agreement that, this is one community, notwithstanding that the guidances might differ in one or two places. But the goal of public health is to ensure that on our own side, we keep the community safe. For their own side is force protection. They also have a lot to lose if they have a sick force. So I think, having that at the back of our mind will make us understand that even if there are these challenges that come up with positive cases, we're in a pandemic, it is not caused by anybody, it is something that we just see in front of us, all efforts that we're making, to fight off this bad bug, is on both sides. So I think that is all the conversation I've been having with all the groups that I talk to, if you do not vaccinate your staff, if you are sick and you don't stay home, you're going to infect everybody in your office, and then the office will close down. Public health is not going to close the office. So it is also the responsibility of, if individuals or businesses, schools, the military, the families, to ensure that we do the right thing to keep ourselves safe. So I don't think there's anything that is out of place for now, and that's our job to make sure that things are not out of place.
The 30, let's just go back to the 30 then, because this is outside of the fence, right? Civilian personnel. Is there any connection to them? Were they vaccinated? Were they children? Do you have any information regarding these 30 new cases?
Normally I have that information at the tip of my fingers, when you guys ask me. But like I said, we were working on this case yesterday, so I didn't have enough time to get this information that you're asking, because the team is actually working on it. So when I go in this morning, I'm going to get the same detailed information I have that I always give to you. How many are vaccinated? How many are unvaccinated? How many of them are vaccine eligible? That is information that I should have at the tip of my fingers. But right now, like with what happened yesterday, I needed to take care of that. And then this morning, I'm going to go in and make sure that all the details you have, that I can give it to you. I can text it to you so that you have it at the tip of your fingers too.
Thank you.
So I'm going to text you the number of fully vaccinated, right? Number of unvaccinated, number of kids, if these are family units, but yeah, that's the tool I need to work to. So if I walk in, I'm actually at home. So if I walk into the office, I'm just going to get the information straight. It should be there waiting for me.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks, Chima.
All right.
Text us. Thank you, Chima.
Thank you for your hard questions, Chris and Sabrina.
Those are basic, man. Okay.
No,
go drink your
it's
coffee.
Always interesting. I see clearly the concern, and like I always give the assurance that we're here. The leadership that we have now is very committed in keeping the island safe, and we'll continue to do our jobs.
Right.
I want everybody to be assured that we are doing the right things to keep them safe, but everybody should remember that it's a personal responsibility. Go get vaccinated, wear your mask, and make sure that you follow public health guidance and continue keeping us safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chima.
Thanks, Chima.
Right on. Chima Mbakwam, Chief Public Health Officer. And I get it. This obviously happened late yesterday afternoon, and the focus was on getting these personnel off the ship, but really just very little information on it, Bree. We don't even know the name of the ship. And I texted Director Art St. Augustine, and he had said Chima was in on the discussion, but they're going to inquire what the name of the ship is. I didn't see anything nationally.
No. All I got was Yokosuka. They got the call. We're going to help them. 12 came off the ship, Army personnel, and they're in the Gov Guam isolation facility.
Right.
We don't know how long the ship's been here. I want to say that ship, he said, left. Did he say that? Or is the ship still here?
I think he said it was still here,
Okay.
but it was from Yokosuka, so maybe we
Yeah.
should Google like U.S.
And it was
ships
a military
and
training
Yokosuka.
exercise,
Right.
and
And I mean, we're just asking these. I don't have to explain. These are really basic questions, but unfortunately, because it happened so fast and so soon, I mean, it just happened yesterday afternoon. There's not a lot of info they can provide. So hopefully we'll get that info and also info on these 30 positives.
Yeah, and we're not saying let's not help the military. That is not what
No
we're
one's saying
saying. We're just asking, so where's the, basic information?
Yeah, and then, I mean, we're really coming from a place of knock on wood, I hope this doesn't turn into that, but with the concentration of these, thousands of military personnel here for this training, like I said, I mean, we all know how COVID spreads, so we're just really asking for you guys, the people of Guam. 7:43, let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room where he's been waiting. Sorry, Dave, Department of Labor Director Dave De La Sola, good morning.
Good morning. It was very interesting. I enjoyed the conversation.
Better him than you, right?
Thank God my grilling days are over.
Well, let's just fire up the barbecue then, Dave. I wanted to kind of start with, I had seen that there was an increase in the payouts for PUA because, am I understanding this correctly, there was a rise in claims?
Yes. We batched 2 days ago, and it turned out to be about $1 million more, $15.7 million total, giving a grand total of $773 million given out in this program. But before the batching, I was getting feedback from the libraries and from the calls that people were coming in and doing multiple weeks, and they're trying to get caught up because they see program ending soon and get everything going and with the work search and everything. So this is common. This happened back in December when the program was going to end again before the new program started up. They are all coming in with multiple weeks trying to finally get it all clean and get it paid before they thought that it expired or something like that. So not to be unexpected. We'll see how next batch goes, but we're going to notice that people are going to start coming in and getting their all their accounts up to date and their weeks filed up to date so that they can not wait to the end or wait until it's too late.
Yeah, Dave, if there are people, like you said, just trying to get their claims caught up, is there are they going to be able to do that after the PUA ends in September?
That's a good question, and I have the answer to that question. So what we're looking at, I don't know the exact date, but September 4th is the ending of the last qualified week for PUA. And then around a month from there, in the beginning of October, will be the end of a claimant being able to file a new claim. And then in November, beginning of November, we're looking at shutting down the website and PUA. So they'll have 2 months to get caught up, to get clean, and get their last week's file. And then after November, it will only be those who are still under appeals, or maybe they had a major problem with their case or something, that only we are going to go in and be able to fix their claims, or if an appeal happened and they won, then we will go back and clean them all up. So the end of PUA, as far as us and the reporting and administrative work and cleaning up everything and audits and everything, will be June of 2022. So those are the dates that USDOL has given us. We're still working on as far as the October to November to make sure that everything is okay with USDOL and those dates. So stay tuned, but that's what it looked like, what we're going to do. So after the 4th, a claimant can't file until after the 6th to file for that week. So they'll have up to 2 months to file and get everything caught up to date. And we'll be available to assist all claimants up until that November when we shut off the online website.
Do you have any training programs on the horizon that you can share?
Well, that's a good question, and that one, unfortunately, I don't have a quick answer for you because we don't do the training programs. We have training providers, and they're standing up training courses left and right and as quickly as they can. GCC is standing up dozens of training. You got Mariana's training. You got all these other training providers that are trying to quickly respond with the COVID restrictions and everything being lifted somewhat to put in training courses. So, they're the ones that offer it and release it and price for it. And as they give them to us, we, of course, assist them at the American Job Center to find those coming in that are doing searches to either put them in those trainings or get them jobs.
How's the job search requirement been going, Dave?
As far as I know, we've been getting a lot of calls, of course, people asking how you do it, what needs to be done, and we're answering the questions as best as possible. But I just want to let the public know our website has everything you need to know. We have a video tutorial that takes you step by step on how to fill out your claim or your weekly claim, on how to do it, on the information you need. We have the log sheet form, and we have a instruction guide on there that we've been advertising for the last month for job search. So we are getting a lot of calls and people asking. So they won't have to actually do the first entry until next Sunday, Monday. File for the week this week. That.
Anything in closing, Dave?
Other than the fact that please, the one thing that I need to make sure that they understand, it's 3 job searches a week.
Right. Oh, we had a question. Sorry, Dave. If one files a PUA claim on a Monday, can the job search submission be submitted later in the same week, or must it all be filed on the same day?
No. When your week expires, like this week expires Saturday, that's from Sunday to Saturday is a work week. Sunday night, because it's stateside website, or mainly Monday, you file for this week that you were able and available, that you look for work, and then you also did 3 job searches and you input it in. If you don't put in 3 job searches, you will be disqualified for the week. And then the next week, you have to do 3 more job searches. There's no makeup search. If you only do 2 job searches this week and Sunday comes along, then you don't qualify under the federal guidelines. I do want to make one point so that the public knows, those who are self-employed, who are open but have no income, they're going to have to call us, and we're going to have to fix that weeks that they need to for the job search. Because self-employed, of course, don't have to do job searches because they're self-employed. They're already open and trying to make money, or they're trying to drum business up. So if they have an income, it's no problem, because the system looks, if you have 3 job searches, and if they don't see 3 job searches, the next thing they look at is, do you have an income for this week? And if you have an income for this week, then you're exempted from the 3 job searches. You're good, and it'll qualify you for that week. But if you're self-employed with 0 income or searches, it's going to treat you like a regular employee claimant, and it's going to disqualify you. And we just have to go in and fix that claims, because we'll see in your claim that you're a self-employed person and you're exempted. That's just one of those glitches, because we don't have a UI program mixed in to the job search, and self-employed are never part of a UI, unemployment insurance. They're always self-insured. and there's just not a category for us to try to work the system for 5 weeks that is quick and easy. So unfortunately, they're just going to get caught up into the web, and we'll just have to adjudicate them as needed.
Okay. You good?
Okay, yes. Thank
Man,
you.
I was going to ask you something, David. I forgot.
Okay.
It was a real hard question, though.
Do you know what ship is here?
Yeah, do you know what ship is here? The 12 U.S.
I'm staying in my own lane.
Just make something up. We'll take it.
For inviting me on and getting the word out. 3 job searches a week. There's no makeup search. So you have to do 3 job searches, please. You can come down to the AJC, the American Job Center, and ask for assistance, and that'll count as a job search. You can log into your Hire Guam and post your resume. That can count as a job search. But you can only do that once and use that once. And so please get your job searches. It is a federal requirement for PUA, and we're not able to go around that. So thank you guys very much for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
There you go. Dave Delasola, Department of Labor. 7:53. Let's take a break, and we're coming back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall,
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. Catching your favorite events during the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games has never been easier. In addition to the KUAM TV 8 broadcast presentations of the July 23rd opening ceremony, the competitions you look most forward to, and the poignant closing ceremony, you can stream the specific events you want to watch through NBCOlympics.com and the NBC Sports app. Visit KUAM's website and click on any of the Tokyo 2020 banner ads and you will be whisked away to all the action. If streaming sports in the Summer Games is on your personal viewing schedule, then look no further than KUAM.com for links to watch the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joe, sir. Good morning, KUAM TV.
And what a morning it has been.
Oh, wow. It's been a morning. Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just go back and recap for you guys just joining us. And I know Bree's going to have some of it in the news, but we were able to confirm last night with Public Health Director Artson Augustine that there are 12 U.S. Army personnel in the Government of Guam Isolation Facility. And that was all we were able to confirm last night. So we brought Chima Mbakwem, who's the Acting Chief Public Health Officer, onto this show this morning around 7:15. He came on, and we'd asked him for more details, but what he had said was this was an instance where Guam was just being Guam, that he got the call to help, and he did it. But of course, that had us scratching our heads because just knowing like military protocol, right? If you're in the military and you're on like what we're assuming is possibly, I mean, he said it was a military ship, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
It was
said
a Navy ship.
Yeah, it was a Navy
out
ship.
of Yokosuka.
Yeah, so if you're in the Army and you're in a Navy ship and, 11 of your shipmates have COVID, you don't call over to Guam. Hi, is this Guam Public Health? Yeah, we're on this USS whatever. Yeah, we got 12 of us got COVID here. Can we check into the ISOFAC? That's not how it works. It's much more high level than that, That's all we're saying. And so I get it that it happened so late in the afternoon that they don't have the information, or maybe it's that they can't disclose it. But if that's the case, we're not responsible for keeping the military secrets. You know what I mean? So I'm not even sure. We don't know. We're going to find out, though. That's for sure. What ship and what does it mean?
How long's the ship been here?
Right.
Was it part of the military training exercises?
Was the
that are going on?
outbreak on the ship contained? I mean, did he answer that question? I think I asked that one. Because we saw in a ship like the Roosevelt, it spread like wildfire. And it basically it triggered a huge humanitarian effort that, of course, involved the government of Guam, but largely the federal military counterparts.
Right, but as you kind of pointed out earlier, that when the TR came on board, they weren't moving military personnel into government of Guam isolation facilities. They were isolating them on base.
Yeah. Duh. That's why we asked the question. Why are they? I mean, yeah, and Chima kind of turned it into this. Oh, well, we have to help. Yeah, we get that. We got to help. That's of course.
Yeah, no one's saying don't help. We're just wondering just the basic information. Like, so where's the ship from?
Yeah, basic.
How many?
Really basic. Any news person would ask those questions yesterday. So anyway, we're gonna get the info for you guys. But to me, it's very interesting because there's about 8,000 military personnel here for this huge training, and if we've got a ship that had 12 positive cases, and knowing just the history of the Roosevelt, and again the close confines on a ship, we got to wonder what else.
Mm-hmm. And we did also ask about the 30 new positive cases, just some additional information.
Because those were, so just to
we
go,
don't know the background, I mean the breakdown.
Right.
If any of them were children, because, we're getting ready to send our kids back to school face to face, whether they were vaccinated or unvaccinated.
Right. Were any of these civilian cases connected to the military cases? Because we saw with the military, and when we say military, we're not talking about Guam Guard. We're talking about like DOD associated. I mean, not even, we're talking about just not Guam Guard. Well, there's about 8,000 U.S. based personnel here for this. There's a bunch of different training operations. So yeah, that's why we want to know. I mean, is it contained? Is it compartmentalized? What else is going to happen? Because as they wade through, and we know this, as they wade through the contact tracing on this, I mean, knock on wood, we hope it's contained, but we don't know yet. But you know what? We're going to find out for you guys. It's 8:05. This is the link. It's brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. I kind of want to go back to something else Chima had said, and it's kind of a common thread lately when we see these huge, I mean, we're surging right now, basically, is what's happening, but the hospitalizations continue to be low. And so they're kind of holding that and saying, yes, we have 30 positives, yes, we had 29 positives, yes, we had 23 positives, but if you look at the hospitalizations, they're so low. And I'm not saying they're saying, forget about it. Because they're not. They're still saying go out and get vaccinated and be safe. But they're saying if you are vaccinated, it avoids serious illness. So I don't know if we're just supposed to take these high numbers with a grain of salt or even disregard them. But that seems to kind of be the messaging out of public health, is that as long as we don't have dozens of people in the hospital, we're okay. But you still got to go get vaccinated so that we can continue to not have dozens of people in the hospital. 8:06, let's go ahead and do the news now. Okay. From the KUAM news team with the very latest. It is our 8 o'clock newscast. Brought to you by Pacific Points. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Off day, everybody. Guam recorded 30 new COVID cases. These are cases that were identified out of 669 tests performed Tuesday. 6 cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 8,623 officially reported cases of COVID-19 with 143 deaths. 119 cases are active, and there have been 8,361 recoveries. A total of 3 people are hospitalized. The CAR scores jumped to 3.0. Now, you wouldn't see it reported in the JIC release, but when you compare the JIC graphics released on Tuesday to Wednesday, it indicates that all 30 positives are civilians. The numbers did not move in the number of COVID cases amongst the military. The JIC graphic, however, showed the number of military personnel in their isolation facility increased by 9. Interestingly enough, and no explanation was given, but KUAM's confirmed information we received last night with Public Health that 12 U.S. military or Army personnel are being housed in the government of Guam's isolation facility. As you heard earlier from Chima Mbakwem, all we know is that a ship is on Guam. That he got a phone call yesterday, and the 12 Army personnel were moved to the GovGuam isolation facility. In a press release issued last night, Joint Region Marianas announced increased safety protocols in local military bases. Everyone entering any local military installation must now wear a face mask. Additionally, a restriction of movement order is in place for all temporarily assigned military personnel in Guam. The safety measures are being implemented following an increase in COVID-19 positive cases among military members. Meanwhile, the JIC also reports that Public Health received 6 new results from virus samples collected on Guam, which have undergone genome sequencing by the CDC. The 6 samples were identified as epsilon variants of interest. All 6 are variants of the California variant. The Joint Information Center last night also reported Public Health issued additional guidance regarding the operation of face-to-face operations for kinder through 12th grade. 3 feet social distancing is still required, along with layered mitigation strategies such as the mandate of wearing face masks. All in-class school operation plans must be emailed and approved by Public Health. Public Health and GDOE also announced the launch of the SNAP Pandemic EBT program, which is a federally funded program. The PEBT cards for eligible children who attend public schools can be picked up on August 9th through the 27th and August 30th through the 31st, and then on September 1st from 11 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. at the Micronesia Mall Center Court. You must register first at tinyurl.com/PEBT Guam and bring a valid picture ID. GDOE, in the meantime, is holding a press conference at 1 o'clock this afternoon to discuss the reopening plan for schools. We will be carrying and streaming that press conference live on our Facebook page. Additionally, GDOE will be hosting 3 virtual parent input sessions via Zoom. The meetings will provide back-to-school information for students and families. The first virtual session at 6 o'clock will be at 6 o'clock tonight for parents and students in the Lagu and Lutsen district. Meantime, with more news, here's Tyler Mazzanani.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Buenas and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Mazzanani with your headlines here on The Link. Senators held a relatively brief session Wednesday. They did confirm a new Superior Court judge, Alberto Tolentino, but they recessed without discussing any more bills, including, surprisingly, a pair of measures to amend the RISE Act. Instead, they're scheduled to reconvene on Friday for voting. Also today, they did move to the voting file a resolution by Senator Talina Nelson asking President Joe Biden to use his administrative powers to remove the filing deadline for war claims. The measure also seeks to extend eligibility to the survivors of would-be claimants who have since passed away. Several senators took to the floor in support of the measure.
This resolution embodies the voices of our Manamku, who for more than half a century have shared their stories of their youth with their children and grandchildren. Their stories have shaped generations of Guam's people and in dignity and respect have shed light on the atrocities of war and the trauma many have suffered for decades.
I'm sure, Madam Speaker, you've experienced this yourself. There was still hesitancy on the part of many of these individuals to want to relive that tragedy, those horrific circumstances that they had to live by. The question is, are we going to penalize individuals who have kept this in themselves for 7 decades and find it very difficult to relive it?
Those who suffered atrocities during the World War II occupation of Guam were allowed to file claims under the Guam World War II Loyalty Recognition Act, with the Foreign Claims Settlement Commission established by Congress. At the end of the day, it appears that if you're eligible for an all-rise payment, you should go ahead and get your mayor's verification. More than 1 week ago, the acting governor ordered DRT forego the verifications so residents could avoid the long lines at their mayor's offices. DRT instead would accept applications and then verify residency with mayors later. Following a meeting on Monday with DRT, Mayor's Council of Guam President Jesse Allig reported to his colleagues that DRT will have 3 piles of applications.
Complete applications with only the mayor's verifications pending. So that means the applicant can submit it without the mayor's verification. And then the third is just incomplete applications.
As we reported, the application and payment process is on a first-in, first-out basis, meaning the sooner you file a complete application with a mayor's verification, the quicker you will get your all-rise payment, or you can submit it without one.
I think that you do that expeditiously because, again, the constituents will have to wait longer for you to verify them and send it back to DRT so DRT continues the process.
Reventax, in the meantime, still hasn't completed an application for eligible residents to apply. The contractor for the solar farm project could be looking at fines and possibly even a revocation of its license. Here's more.
Over the past couple of days, investigators from the Guam Contractors Licensing Board have been at the solar farm site, looking into whether Samsung E&C America and its main contractor, KEPCO, have been complying with their approved plans. GCLB Executive Director Buddy Orsini.
There's some findings that we found, and we're going to take it to another step as soon as we conclude. So there's some documentations that we request that consist of samples and materials and specifications. We need the latest one. Apparently there was 2 different revisions that happened here.
Guam EPA has already issued an $18 million penalty to the contractor for failing to follow its sediment and erosion control plans. But Guam law only allows a maximum fine of $125,000. DPW is also conducting its own assessment. As for the Guam Contractors Licensing Board,
our role is to protect the community and the public from willful violations and also concerns of EPA, environmental, and public health issues.
Orsini clarifies they are not in charge of monitoring the work, but rather conducting an investigation should plans or concerns arise. And that's definitely what happened in the Marbo area. Like Guam EPA, Orsini says they found a ponding basin that was included in the plans, but wasn't constructed.
If that thing was there, this incident would have been prevented.
The CLB is expected to complete their investigation by the end of the week. Depending on the severity of the violations, they will hold a special board meeting and could fine the main contractor, KEPCO.
I'm not saying we're going to give them a fine. That's not what I'm saying right here, right now. But in the event, if it turns that way, we, based on our law, 21 GCA Real Property Chapter 70 contractors, the minimum will be $200, and we can go all the way up to 50% of the contract amount.
With regional headlines, here's KSPN 2 News.
Hofade Zantino Guam
Here's what's making headlines in the CNMI. The Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation and the Governor's COVID-19 Task Force will implement on-arrival PCR screening for all inbound travelers, including those who are fully vaccinated. This comes after guidance from the CDC regarding the COVID-19 Delta variant. According to Hospital Chief Esther Munya, the Delta variant's increased transmissibility underscores the need to screen all travelers on arrival. Munya continues on saying that the best tool against the pandemic is the COVID-19 vaccination. The CHCC is also urging residents to continue wearing masks indoors and around individuals whose vaccination is unknown. If fully vaccinated travelers receive a negative test result, they will be able to quarantine with restriction of movement, which means they will only be permitted for work and essential movement only. They will be able to choose their lodging, but they must verify vaccination status and they must pass their household assessments. All travelers are also required to show up to their 5th day testing. If any individual tests positive, they will be isolated at the government quarantine facility. For comments, concerns, or inquiries, you may contact the Task Force hotline at 287-0046. The journey of Xiao Wei Quinn and Yoon Lee Red was to seek asylum in Guam for their overstaying in the CNMI. Credible sources tell KSPN that the two individuals entered as tourists back in 2019. On July 18 of this year, Quinn and Red left Saipan on a 14-foot-long black Kodiak skiff. 3 days later, the spouse of one of the individuals called the CNMI Department of Public Safety after being concerned of their well-being. The U.S. Coast Guard then launched a search on July 21st. After covering 14,000 square nautical miles with no signs of the individuals, the Coast Guard officially suspended the search on July 27. But then on Friday, July 30, 3 p.m., the Coast Guard Sector Guam watchstanders were made aware that Quinn and Red were recovered 65 miles northwest of Rota by the merchant vessel Mito. They were then safely transported back to Saipan. For more news, please visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2, I'm Sally Limas.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Andrew Manabusan is scheduled to be arraigned in federal court this afternoon. As reported, he was picked up in California, where he allegedly mailed a package containing more than 3,600 gross grams of meth to Guam. Former DOC officer and former police officer Jose Ananich was busted for receiving it. Their cases, however, have been sealed. Convicted sex offender Mark Felix was sentenced to 5 years in prison with credit for time served and must also serve a parole term of 5 years for groping and trying to digitally penetrate a sleeping minor. Judge Vern Perez told Felix, quote, "Not only did you impact the victim in a negative way to which she's traumatized and may suffer from trauma for years, but it was a trust that was violated." He was convicted of attempted third-degree criminal sexual conduct and 2 counts of fourth-degree criminal sexual conduct. He will also have to register as a sex offender. 57-year-old Jesse Cruz Camacho will have to spend the next 24 months in jail after pleading guilty to stealing and then selling more than $250,000 worth of electronic devices from the Navy Exchange, where he worked for 3 years, beginning in 2016. During a sentencing hearing in the district court, he was also ordered to serve 2 years supervised release, 100 hours of community service, and pay $261,000 in restitution to Navy Exchange Guam. Local businessman Evan Montville Cohen is scheduled to be sentenced on November 18th after pleading guilty to federal charges related to fraud in the district court. In March 2020, he was accused of fraudulently using a man's personal information to rent an apartment in Tamuning. In 2009, Montville Cohen pleaded no contest to a charge of first-degree theft in the First Circuit Court of Hawaii. In that case, he was accused of stealing thousands from a landscaping firm and sentenced to 5 years probation. During the Mayor's Council of Guam meeting Wednesday, village leaders expressed concerns about the stray animal population getting out of control. Isaiah Uggan reports.
During the Mayor's Council of Guam meeting on Wednesday, village leaders expressed concerns about the stray animal population on the island getting out of control.
This morning I caught 3 dogs. I called and they're not accepting dogs again because it's full. What are we going to do?
Okay, can I have Mayor Paco? And okay, go ahead.
Gain has done this for over a year already. We're not getting any better, and there's a lot of dogs that are roaming the streets, and they've attacked kids again. And school is opening, and it's going to get worse.
With the amount of stray dogs throughout the different villages around the island, there's no real concrete solution to exactly how you're going to bring these dogs up or whatnot. I mean, like Mayor Mack has just said, school's right around the corner. We've got many residents that have kids walk to school, and they're waiting to school, there's a bunch of dogs. We're trying our best as mayors and vice mayors throughout different villages and islands to catch these dogs and bring them up to game. But let alone when we call game or call Mayor Paco to see if we can go to game, they're loaded.
The Stray Animal Roundup program has been on hold for over a month due to Gain's shelter capacity being maxed out. It's a committee chaired by Mamong Toto Mighty Mayor Rudy Paco, which aims to address the estimated 40,000 stray animals that have been troubling the island for decades. PD Mayor and MCOG President Jesse Alec hopes a solution is developed soon. He says that he's still having conversations with the legislature and the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration about Gain's capacity and animal control. Eventually, Alec said that the ultimate goal is to transfer all of animal control responsibilities to animal control, because after all, it's their responsibility.
The executive director and I did meet with Senator Augustine, and that was one of the issues, is when you're looking at our operations, sometimes you have to consider that we have to do what we're mandated, and animal control is not part of our mandate. And so we can say, yes, call animal control, but if animal control only has one, I don't really want to know what animal control's excuses are. If it's an animal control issue, it needs to be handled by animal control and not the mayor's office. Right, bottom line.
The program remains on hold until further notice. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahu si Isaiah Ugan.
And with your news in tomorrow, here's Kin Conception.
Buenos updates to get some to be finod sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Masintensya kriminal Mark Felix para 5 anyos gi ipreso, perisaw niya ni ubas ni Nakinanta DC. Makredito po di tempo niya estagi ipreso, zama paro para 5 anyos na tempo gi después. Mataki pod manhakot minoridad, sa kapasay patgon ni kalulot niya mentos mamaygo. Sinangani si Felix as West Vernon Paris, nasa nafekta ay biktima, gisan negatibo na manera, nusinya ay nafekta ni ibaba para sa nanako na tempo. Sa tipo rin na talo, loy manalingon tolin ng uko para hogo. Makumbikta si Felix no attempted 3rd-degree criminal sexual conduct ng 2 kwenta na 4th-degree criminal sexual conduct. Debi Loki di lehestragi na sex offender. Di masasunto, manali man mga si public health ni militar y medicalist para maigzima ikanahulo numero ni maninadzi ni COVID-19. Gi 29 na kausang COVID no ma-identifika 23 sa man militar na persona. Chief Public Health Officer si Chima Macbagwen sa sangad na talza senfit mitrabihan na ebidensya. Gihaji mabakuna, nain naman ni Nadzi, jadyo ng informasyon sa gagigyo membestiti kay kausa, jadebi from natalsing dyan ni militar para madiskuti. Aji masasanatan sa Taimano ST and efekta, i-community data. Gimapos na 5 diya sa na tempo, maliin yung personal de militar, 40 na kinunfit man kausan COVID. Lain niya mas si Macbagwen na tisina asangan ko, aji maninadzi na personal de militar siya, sa aji man matumagi guaham para forma training. Masasunto, anunsya Delegado Michael San Nicolas 2 nuevo na member ni zona staff, si Teneota Nelson Mori, sa Guizapago Legislative Director of the Congressional Office, si Kenneth Leon Guerrero sa Washington DC Staff Director, da si Julian Berdallo sa mapromote para Guam Staff Director. Si Mori sa Hagsay Gifisinan San Nicolas desde ni Senador Guahan, si Leon Guerrero sa Sumana Gifisinan San Nicolas para Lead Case Worker, da mapromote después para Case Work Manager. Sumanda sa Berdallo into a Wounded Warriors na programa za para atendi mas si kausang veterano siya ni militar. Artikulo mas, otro na manera na anong na esta tututun gwi ekonomiyang Guahan umadalang to después in efekta ni COVID-19 na pinesti ma-report ni Port Authority of Guam na gihunyo na mes iman mafato na containers harum Guahan sa mas mega ekonomi man matu esta gi 2020 na sakan. Gikuntos na para Northern Guam Rotary Club imaga si Port si Rory Respicio sa naay empleyado ni Tatoy Port Inandra para manatay gwini ST entry tito niya. Kasangan mas na established na finances report sa Moody's na bond rating agency sa manaswepin nila niya para report no matsogi durante ni pinesti. Magrado pag report na established dyan pa sa tiboy posisyon niya muna. Yuto muna asunto para paugo na webes gani KUM News gifinot sa Moro, mababado nebo Guam Museum desde martes hasta ibednes las 10 geegan hasta las 2 gitaloani. I-curator pa museum si Dr. Michael Bivakwa, asangan naman manana ibisita ni museum 30 minutos sa na tempo kada grupo siha. Notisina ki 20 mas na tao-tao. Elinga masan manakekifo na zani sa sunia giadze man nuevo siya na exhibit para mas gidigi colonization zani sa moral self-determination na finata. Imanantirosaw na grupo para mabisita museum sa Sina maagang 989-4455 at 989-2658. Pag-email the Guam Museum at gmail.com. By Guam News Network, Gualsican Conception. Yasuto yung finut sa Moro sa presenta sa ninafakto ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find and act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E. Discounts on fuel at Shell. Vouchers at Foodies. And United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
That you're gonna be okay anyway. You know there's no rhyme or reason for the way it turned out to be. I didn't go and try to change my mind, not intentionally. No, it's hard to hear me say it, but I can't bear to stay. And I just know that you're gonna be okay anyway. Always keep your heart locked.
Good
tight.
cover.
Don't let your
You know who originally sings the song, right? Chris is Haim.
Haim, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was Haim.
The three sisters.
Right, yeah. That's Two Little Birds from Live Local Fridays.
Nice. So this is Nicole Leon Guerrero, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very nice.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
8:33. Hey, this is The Link. Good morning. Hey, you know we're cool because we only play local music during this show. That's it. If it ain't local, get out of here. Good morning. It's Thursday, August 5th. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have the Public Information Officer for Guam Homeland Security, Office of Civil Defense, Jenna Gamindi. Good morning, Jenna.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Let's just go ahead and start at the beginning. We know that there are 12 U.S. Army personnel that were evacuated off of a U.S. Navy ship and placed in the Government of Guam isolation facility. What can you tell us about that, Jenna? Do you have any details?
Yeah, sure. So our office's involvement, obviously with the procurement of the CFAC and the ISOFAC, really just receiving that situational awareness. We know that the 12 military personnel were transferred to ISOFAC last night. We understand that public health made the decision to assist these personnel and really treat them as standard travelers, which is essentially what they are. Our office's role was really to let the acting chief of staff and the Department of Public Health know that the ISOFAC could, in fact, accommodate based on the parameters of the PO. So we just wanted to make sure that we're staying within the parameters of the PO.
Do you know what ship these Army soldiers were on?
Yes, I'm tracking that. It's from the USN Fisher. I believe they're here as part of the overall exercise. We received some questions about why they weren't stationed in a ISOFAC on base. And from my understanding, they're here on TDY. So Guam is not their permanent duty station. They're essentially treated as standard travelers. So the ISOFAC is doing exactly what it is intended to do for incoming travelers, both air or sea.
But the Theodore Roosevelt wasn't based on Guam. What's the difference?
I understand. I believe there was a way above my level coordination for Theodore Roosevelt at a way larger scale. But for this isolated incident, I know that Department of Public Health are assisting. They made that decision. And so our office really assisted by just letting them know that, hey, this is within the parameters. We are able to accommodate. These rooms can hold these personnel. So that's all I know for the USN Fisher and the personnel that are staying at the ISOFAC.
Jenna, your audio was coming kind of in and out when you first told us about this, but can you just go back to the beginning and walk us through the evolution of this incident? At what point was GHS OCD folded into the conversation, and how did we get the sailors off the ship and over to the ISOFAC?
I don't have the full details for the logistics of the movement, but I know that yesterday afternoon, our office received a notice that there was some discussion with Department of Public Health that there was going to be a transport of these personnel. So really our involvement was just to let them know that this is within the parameters of the PO. We can accommodate these personnel at the ISOFAC and that these amount of rooms could accommodate. So yesterday afternoon, and then I know that the movement happened yesterday evening.
You said PO, are they paying to stay in the government isolation facility?
No, under the purchase order with the government of Guam.
Well, thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
Do you know if that ship is still here?
I do not. You know, I'm sorry. I don't have full details of the actual ship.
Okay. All right.
All right. So how many people are in the ISOFAC?
Currently, we have 27. 12 of them are those military.
So 27 total in the ISOFAC. 12 are the U.S. Army personnel who were evacuated off the USN Fisher. What about the other 15?
Sorry?
The other 15 people at the ISOFAC are just locals?
I don't have the full breakdown. They are just standard travelers that are coming in, but I don't have the full breakdown of where exactly they came from.
Jenna, do you just know offhand if the U.S. Army personnel, were they asymptomatic or symptomatic?
I don't, and I don't have all those details. I'm sorry.
Vaccinated, unvaccinated?
Don't have those details. I'm so sorry.
All right. Can you give us an update
What?
then? No.
Sure.
Can you give us an update on the consolidated, the efforts to consolidate the ISOFAC with the QFAC?
Yes, of course. So, of course, there's been no consolidation yet. The bid specs have been completed, and we're currently standing by for the go-ahead so that we can move forward with the full bid process. There was a lot of coordination that needed to be done with Department of Public Health, our office, and GSA and Department of Administration to see what the ability was, what DPHSS's outlined scope of work. So with the decrease in numbers, there was a lot of different factors. So there just hasn't been a consolidation yet. But in the interim, what we've done, our office has done to kind of meet the governor's intent was to downsize. So there was an adjustment of encumbrance to downsize the quarantine facility of Dusit from 300 rooms to 74, and an adjustment of the isolation facility with a downsize from 50 rooms to 20 with the ability to surge, which is exactly what we saw with last night's incident. So the purchase orders for both have been amended. I know that I shared information regarding the occupied rate and unoccupied rate previously, so there has been no change there, but there has been a downsize in the numbers.
Can I get that again? What is the occupied rate and the unoccupied rate?
Sure. So for the Dusit, for the quarantine facility, the occupied rate is $159 per room per day. It's $69 per day per person for 3 meals. And the unoccupied rate is $120 per room per day for Dusit. And then we also have the isolation facility with Bayview. The occupied room rate is $175 per room per night, and that includes meals. And each additional occupant in that room is $50 per person. We have an unoccupied room rate of $90.
And how many are occupied over at the Dusit?
Right now, the Dusit, we have 26 personnel. And there are 0 at the QFAC overflow, which is the Dusit Tower.
Is there a different occupied, unoccupied rate for the Dusit for the overflow, or the same?
No, they're the same.
Okay. And do we owe any of these facilities?
We do currently. There is an unpaid balance for the Dusit. It stands at $4,337,479. There is an unpaid balance for the Bayview of $99,190. This was as of August 2nd.
For both, right? For both.
For both, right.
Have we been getting federal reimbursement for the QFAC and the ISOFAC?
Yes. So all of these, all the documentation that goes into this QFAC and ISOFAC, we're using as part of our public assistance. We're putting all that information together so that way we can get that federal reimbursement. So yes, we're moving forward with those.
Jenna, I'm sure you're aware there was a scathing audit that came out from the Office of the Public Auditor, and this was relative to the first round of quarantine facilities. I want to say specifically the Pacific Star, and I know you know the rest because you were here when it happened real time. But the public auditor raised just a bunch of questions, but with the procurement record and everything that had happened with that, I know that we had discussed with you last year, because I guess Guam Homeland Security, OCD, kind of had to go in and I want to say it was Charles or someone we had on here said that the procurement record had to be recreated in order to submit it to the Fed so that we could get reimbursed. Can you tell us the status of that reimbursement and the procurement record for the Pacific Star?
So we are working closely with our FEMA counterparts. We were advised that we are able to pull together all of the details from those different locations that were done before GHS OCD procurement or GHS OCD handled procurement. So what we did is we're still using all of that information to submit to FEMA. We haven't received reimbursement for that yet, but we are working towards that. We were advised that we are able to put together those details and still submit. So of course there's no harm in submitting those for federal reimbursement.
But
we just haven't received that yet.
But how do you submit procurement documents that you
that didn't
guys
exist?
weren't, well, when you guys weren't even involved with, and there were no contracts?
Right. So without those contracts, I believe it's just the invoices that they were billing. They want to fall under GHS OCD. We're only able to claim those that were processed by GHS OCD. But at the same time, we are trying to assist and work with our federal counterparts to see if there's any opportunity to get reimbursed for that. I mean, they understand and they recognize that that was used for these quarantine facilities.
How much are we talking about? How many millions of dollars are we looking at getting reimbursed just for that first round pre-GHS OCD involvement?
Unfortunately, I don't have the exact amount for that one, only for the ones that were procured beyond that. And what I can say is that beyond that, there was no sole source procurement for QFAC or ISOFAC processed by GHS OCD. We were still required to get those 3 additional quotes, so we will have all that documentation. But the amount alone for just what's been procured once GHS OCD started that procurement, there has been a paid invoice for the Dusitani of $30,824,000. For the Bayview, there's been a paid invoice of $5,886,000. So we continue to process all these documents to make sure that the vendors are getting paid and make sure we're getting the documentation to show back to our FEMA counterparts.
I want to ask, is it challenging to recreate the procurement record and the documents for that first round of procurement? Because I think that we had discussed this, I want to say a year ago, that you guys were going to submit this to FEMA.
Yes. Well, we have seasoned administrative services officer here who's able to assist. Are you talking about for GHS OCD procurement?
Before, yeah.
Okay, so before that, I won't be able to speak on behalf of any other agency that's working for consolidating all that information before then, but for GHS OCD, we do have our administrative services officer who's able to compile all the data for the procurement that's been done through our office.
I know you said that FEMA had said, yeah, go ahead and submit what you can submit, but was there any discussion at all about the probability of being reimbursed for the first round of procurement of QFACs and ISOFACs?
No, there's been no, firm commitment, but the same can be said for everything that's been procured through GHS OCD. It's really just a matter of compiling all the information that you have and submitting and being able to meet those, their standards and seeing if we're able to get that reimbursement. So there's been no formal firm commitment yet.
I wanted to follow up then. Are you done with the previous?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
So for the current procurement, the one that you guys did correctly, how much has been paid, I guess, so far to for the QFAC and then for the ISOFAC?
So for the QFAC, it was over $30 million that's been paid so far.
Okay.
Close to $31 million now.
Okay. And then
for the Bayview, it's close to $6 million. That's been paid so far.
And then have any of these been reimbursed by FEMA?
I'll get back to you on that. I know that there has been some reimbursements. I don't have the exact amount for what's been reimbursed for QFAC. But I know that there has been some reimbursement. I just don't have the exact amount, but I can get those details.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that. Well, that's interesting that you guys are getting reimbursements. That's because you guys did the procurement the right way, it would appear. Is there any time frame when you're looking to get these, get the consolidated facility up and running?
Not at this time. I know that our office is actively working on this with our partners from DOA and with Department of Public Health, but we haven't received any firm date on when we'll be able to move forward with the full execution of the bid process. But we're currently working towards this. There's no exact date on when it'll be done.
Is the guard still running the QFAC and ISOFAC?
They're still there. They're still assisting.
Okay. When it turns into the consolidated facility, is that the plan to keep the guard there assisting?
There is discussion for a transition to have the guard pull back, but at this time they're still very much involved, and we're really grateful for that.
Okay. I think that's it I have for QFAC and ISOFAC. Did you have anything else on that?
Yeah. So it was USN Fisher. Hold on, let me just look back at the notes I sent for Jenna.
You got any other requests for military personnel to come and stay in the ISOFAC?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Not that you're tracking.
But, while you have a little time, I know you said you're looking back at the notes, but I just want to take this opportunity to thank you both for letting me on here and recognize, the team that are still working here. I know I mentioned this previously, but we still have personnel that are working here at our Emergency Operations Center. We're running 24/7 operations, but we're looking at different ways where we'll be able to either scale back or see what that looks like in the near future. But in the meantime, really just big thank you and big kudos to those that are working here in our Emergency Operations Center, the different agencies that are coming to work with us every day. I'm sure they miss their offices and the work that they do. So it's just been a really big help having all of these different agencies assist as part of the response. Just thank you to those people there.
Right on.
I was going to ask, is it Earthquake Awareness Week?
Yeah, I was going to ask what month
it is. Yeah. Thank you. So we're celebrating Earthquake Preparedness Week.
Okay.
This week, August 2nd through August 8th. We'll have a proclamation signing. It's actually tomorrow, August 6th at 10:30 a.m., where we'll have Acting Governor Tenorio proclaim this week. We've been moving forward with a lot of great social media contests and a lot of social media tips on how to stay earthquake prepared. We're hosting contests all the way through the weekend. And really the week is chosen to commemorate the magnitude 8.0, I believe it was downgraded to a 7.9 earthquake that happened in 1993. So it was just such a huge event. We just want to make sure that the community is aware that this has happened and that it can happen again.
Right. Yeah.
We just want everyone to be earthquake safe.
Yeah, I was actually researching some of the because one of my kids had asked me if Guam had ever had a tsunami, and so I reached out to a couple of my historian friends, and they were telling me that there have been a couple small ones. One in 1849, where a woman was swept out to sea and lost when a wave came ashore after an earthquake, and then in '93, which we just talked about, the Pago Bay water receded, then came back up to hip level, is what my friend Polly Eric Forbes told me. So.
Yeah, definitely. That's something that we help promote, especially when we do these community outreaches to the children who have never seen or felt a destructive earthquake and know the effects and know that a tsunami is possible here on Guam. The age-old theory the theory is that a destructive tsunami could never hit Guam. And we just want to impress on the community, the children, especially the youth, that it is very much possible. We are surrounded by a reef, but so was, Samoa American Samoa, when they were struck by a destructive tsunami. We have the largest trench, but so does American Samoa. They also have a very deep trench, and they were struck by a devastating tsunami. So it's just important to know that it is, although it's rare, it is very much possible here.
Yeah, but did American Samoa have Santa Maria Comelin? Boom, don't think so. Were you good?
Yeah, Thanks, Jenna.
Is there anything else we're forgetting about, Jenna? You sure you can't tell us anything else about this USN Fisher? Because it sounds like an evacuation of the high seas.
No, but I do, just like I know that Department of Public Health, they had mentioned this earlier. They're really just trying to assist, and our office is able to assist as well by letting them know, exactly what the purchase orders and the agreements are in place right now. We're just happy to help.
Right. Yeah, when we were talking to Chima, it was not about let's not help the military. It was just like, so, just the basic information on, so, where's the ship from? And so you had the answer, so thank you so much.
Yes. Can you call Chima and let him know?
Thank you.
Go give Chima a ring and let him know, hey, this is USN Fisher. Thank you, Jenna.
Okay, thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Right on.
Take care. Bye.
There you go. Jenna Gamindi Blas. Always a good get for the link. Just straight and to the point.
Yep. Informative, professional, articulate.
And actually giving out information. That's cool.
And she's been up there for a while.
Yeah.
So she knows what she's doing.
So what were some of the takeaways from that interview? One of them was that they're still trying to figure out that procurement that was the subject of that hot audit, from the public auditor. A big, stinking hot mess of a procurement performed by the former legal counsel and son-in-law of the governor, Hai Hyun.
Right. This is for the first wave of quarantine.
Remember, he screwed it up so bad that they had to go and do it the right way. It was kind of like a big burn because they were like, we have the superpowers, and apparently, as the superpowers but ain't super enough to get us reimbursed from FEMA, that's for sure. So that is what it is. Sorry, guys. That's the deal.
But they're working on it.
They are. But it sounds like they've been. We talked. I want to say we talked to Charles Esteves last year.
Yeah, we did.
About a year ago, and he was saying, "Yeah, we're gonna." He seemed pretty confident, but if they're still trying to piece it together a year later, I don't know. But of course, with this ARP,
you can't just. What are you going to do? You're going to send emails?
You're going to send an invisible contract.
Invoices, right?
Yeah, invisible invoices.
No, there were invoices.
No, there were invoices.
I remember seeing them.
But I mean, to me, I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole.
There were no signed contracts.
If I was Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense, I mean, you're basically asking them to recreate something that doesn't exist. Sounds like they could get into trouble for that kind of thing. I don't know. This is me. I'd be like, nope, sorry, go call your son-in-law back. Let him figure it out.
But she did say that now that they're handling the procurement, they're actually getting reimbursed for the second wave. Right? She didn't have the specific numbers.
Right. Yeah. Because there's a system that everybody knows. You can't come off the private sector and start calling the shots like a big baller because who you're related to, and then screw everything up. And now we're on the hook for all this money. It's really sad. It's sad that there's absolutely no repercussion. None whatsoever for this. At all. Zero. The Attorney General won't pick up the phone on this, right? I mean, the public auditor did the audit. It does seem like there are some actionable items. I mean, he basically said the whole procurement was illegal. But what are they going to do about it? Absolutely nothing. Good luck with that, going after the former legal counsel.
Matter of fact, we should follow up with Frank Bloss Jr. He did write the AG's office regarding this whole mess and asked him to conduct an investigation.
Correct. Has he gotten a letter back?
We need to follow up and find out.
We do. We'll get him on tomorrow because this is new information. We weren't sure, again, because it's been a year since we talked to GHS OCD, and they had said that they were putting it together. And so it kind of made it sound like, they're going to get reimbursed. But come to find out a year later, it doesn't seem like they're any closer to getting reimbursed from the feds for that first round. But, the governor can just swoop in with the ARP funds and just pay for it and let it be done. Right?
But that was paid for. It was already paid for.
Yeah, no, it's been paid for. Right. But the question is, or the thing is that FEMA would reimburse us for that. Right? And we get the money back.
Yeah.
So that's why I was asking, how much are we talking about here? Right? She was like, I don't know about that one. I know the name of the U.S. ship, but I don't know about all that. We'll find out. You just go back and tally up all the invoices. Hey, it's 8:56. Good morning. This is The Link. It's Thursday, August 5th. What a beautiful day it is. We had a comment here. Yes, Superintendent John Fernandez is coming on in just a few minutes. There's a big press conference they have at 1 p.m., and they're basically going to talk about the reopening plans. And I believe they're going to be joined by the Department of Public Works to talk about the busing schedule for public school students. That's coming up. Gina comments in, can you ask about what the school supplies GDOE will be purchasing to issue out at the beginning of the school year? I'm sure parents and students will want to know about this. Yes, we will ask the Superintendent, John Fernandez, all about that. It's 8:56. We're going to take a quick break, and we're back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Thursday morning to you. I got something really fun for you now because for the next few days we're going to do a trivia contest. You know, we've been doing the Olympic trivia and now we're going to do some of our history here at Camp Happy at KUAM. 65 years of First on Guam that we have had for KUAM TV8. And we're going to ask you guys a series of trivia contests and we will give you guys a really, really nice prize. So to kick it all off, Joe, sir, if you will, please. Here's today's first trivia contest, trivia question. Give us a call, 637-0094. If you know the answer, it is multiple choice. On August 5th, 1956, 65 years ago, acting Governor William Corbett at the time proclaimed today as what? Was it A, Television Day, B, KUAM Day, or C, Couch Potato Day? If you know, give us a call, 637-0094, or just take a wild guess, and we'll give you a really cool prize. 637-0094. What did Acting Governor William Corbett proclaim today as? Television Day, KUAM Day, or Couch Potato Day?
We'll take the first correct caller, 637-0094. That's 637-0094. All right, good question, Jay.
So it's either Television Day, KUAM Day, or Couch Potato Day.
Duh.
I have never had potatoes on my couch.
Couch potato day.
Yeah.
Well, you never ate chips on the couch, Jay?
I usually try to finish. No, I've lost many a TV remote.
I have
in
a
the
rule:
couch.
no eating in the living room.
Yeah, and my nana was very, very traditional. We never got to take the plastic off the couch, so very old school.
That keeps the resale value up, man. Hey, it's 9:01. Let's go to the phones here. The link. Good morning. Who's this?
Hi, good morning. This is Karen. That's at your star.
Good morning, Karen.
Yeah, I chose the couch potato day.
Couch potato day.
Couch potato day. That's a really, really good guess, Karen.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, that is incorrect, though. I'm so sorry.
Bye-bye.
All right, thanks for playing.
Ah, man, Karen.
Chris, I wanted to say that I met your mom.
Oh, thank you.
Ah.
So it's not only Jason.
Now I feel like I got to make you win because you met my mom.
So I forgot to tell you, I was so nervous.
Tell you what, Karen, because we got you on the phone, you want to take another guess, and if you get it right this time, we'll give you a prize.
Right.
No, that's not fair.
Okay, you're right. It's not fair.
bye-bye.
Thank you, Karen. That's it. I love a person who plays by the rules.
There you go.
Link line 2. Good morning. Who's this?
This is Tessie.
Tessie. Good morning, Tessie. How are you doing this morning?
Good. How are you?
Really good. How's the show this morning?
Always on point.
Oh, yeah, Miss Link, Miss a lot. Thank you for your kind words. Jay?
Yeah, so Tessie, do you know what Acting Governor William Corbett declared today as back in 1956? Was it Television Day, KUAM Day, or Couch Potato Day?
I'm going to go with television.
Television Day is correct.
Wow.
Good. I just dropped the paper, but you got it right. Today was declared Television Day.
Way back in 19 Forgotten?
Yeah. Very, very good, Tessie. So we're going to get your information, and if you want to swing by sometime later on today, we'll give you a prize over here. We're across the street from Cost-U-Less.
Tell her what she's won, Jay.
Yeah. We're still working that out.
She wants to Nancy.
So I think we may have the connect for that.
Tessie, what's your last name?
I'll meet you at today's road.
He is there. Tess Solis, right?
Ungan.
Okay, Tess. Congrats.
Hey, Tess.
Come by and we'll get you your prizes, okay?
Awesome.
Okay, Tess. See you there. Good morning. 9:04. It was Television Day declared by then Governor
William Corbett.
Back in 1956. Wow.
65 years ago today.
That's crazy. And then we're also getting Jay, we're doing an interview about 65 years of KUAM.
Yeah, that's coming up later.
On the show.
And we're also going to let you guys know how you can fill the bus so that we can provide school supplies to needy kids. And Superintendent John Fernandez is in the KUAM News Zoom room right now, and he has his hands full trying to get kids ready for school as well.
He does. Good morning, John. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Where did the summer go, my friend?
Well, for the students, you got a few more days left, so take advantage of it. Yeah, thanks, guys. I know we were normally scheduled for Wednesday, but it's timely that we're doing it today because we are preparing ourselves to do a press conference at 1 o'clock for all media partners. And we want to use this as a back-to-school press conference to just go over and remind our employees as well as our students, our families about what's going to be what is going to be in place for the coming school year, and starting with the first day of classes next week on August 12th. So we'll take the opportunity this afternoon to go over those details. We know that over the last 18 months, there's been a lot of changes. There have been a lot of changes and, things going back and forth. And so even at this late stage, parents and students just want to confirm, what they might have seen or read or heard. And so we want to take another opportunity with about a week left left, before the school starts, to get that information out there. So we appreciate, your partnership in doing that. And I think what we're going to do today is we're doing a 1 o'clock session press conference today. And then we've also, through our schools and our PTOs, have set up 3 different parent sessions this evening at 6, being first. Saturday, the Lagu and Lucen districts will be the ones that will be tonight. We did one for all districts that will take place on Saturday and at 10 o'clock, again via Zoom. And then we will do one on Tuesday next week for our Hadza and Katan districts. And of course, you're all welcome to join. It's just sometimes when we do the districts, we can at least, gather those who might have similar interests and issues in the same conversation. So we will have that information, of course, on our GDOE Facebook page, and we look forward to using the press conference to give the overview of what's happening, and then if there are specific questions and issues that come up during our conversation with parents and students, then we look forward to being able to answer those questions. But ultimately, the big message is first day of classes, August 12th. That'll be the first day for both our online students, which we have about 15% of our students registered for online, and 85% of our students will be starting in person. The students are going to be attending classes 5 days a week. So that's the other question that we normally get. Is this going to be an alternating cohort? And the answer is no. It'll be almost like a regular school year. Every day is a day of instruction. The school hours will be the same as they were prior to the pandemic. So, school hours for elementary school the start time is 8:30 in the morning. Middle schools will also start at 8:30. And then, of course, our high schools will start at the same times. We have, JFK, Tizan, Southern, and JP Torres starting at 6:45. And then George Washington, Ukudu, and Sanchez starting at 7:15. Buses will be the same. The bus operations will be in full gear for the start of the school year. And it's a new normal that we're creating. But as far as those basics, it'll feel like a normal school year. I think the biggest difference, of course, is going to be the health and safety measures that have to be enforced and complied with on the buses and at the school sites. And of course, those include, a number, we're looking at 9 or 10 different, requirements at the school site that teachers, staff, and students and visitors all have to comply with as part of our COVID-19 environment. So we'll go over those details. I'm happy to discuss any of those details here, but we will also be putting out a press release and having an opportunity with media partners at 1 o'clock to focus in on any areas that still might be of concern or question to the community.
Well, yeah, definitely. We're going to be streaming that Bust the Bell press conference for people, parents to know.
Is that what it's called?
No.
Well, that's cool.
No, just from Bust
From Bust
anyway,
the Bell, dude. Trademark, Sabrina.
So parents and students know what to do and what to anticipate. Yeah, you just made me lose my train of thought. What I was gonna
John, we heard from, I was talking with Vince Ariola at DPW, and he said that DPW will also be at the press conference for to provide info on the busing schedule.
Right. We've been working with DPW, and we told them that, we don't have a conversation that goes too long without someone saying, well, what about buses, right? So I said, it's probably better for you to answer those questions than for me to do so. So Vince, I believe Vince and his deputy Linda will be in attendance to answer any questions that might come up. But we're happy to hear, they were able to get new buses, which has really been, a key issue with regard to the capacity for to serve our students. So I believe they're up to about 130, 140 buses. Basically, they had purchased buses over the pandemic to add to the fleet and are looking at purchasing more. So that's good news. And I think it gives them confidence that they'll be able to have enough buses on the road to address our students. Of course, the first couple of weeks is always a time where we need to monitor the traffic, the bus timing and, all of those issues. But that's a normal school year. So we're ready to work with them to make the adjustments as needed.
I did want to follow up on the press release that came out regarding the PEBT distribution, and just exactly what parents need to know, that because I saw you definitely need to register first, right?
Right. So, we're close partners with Public Health on this. Public Health is the lead agency, of course, so they do have ultimate, decision authority regarding the logistics, and so we've been putting our input in. So I just want to say that at the front end in case I don't have all the information, because I know that the plan, we've discussed the different types of plans, but I understand that they will be doing kind of an event date. So again, we're standing by to assist as needed. And I heard that the first 3 days are already filled up.
Wow.
So I do anticipate a very high demand. We just want to make sure that the process, works, that we reach as many families as possible, and that who are eligible, that they're able to take advantage. And then as we go into the first few days, if there need to be any changes or any additional, methods of distribution, we stand ready. And I told Arson Augustine, the director, that we were willing to help out just so long as our families were able to access those benefits.
Mm-hmm. The Joint Information Center, they pushed out another release last night on additional guidance for face-to-face operations from K to 12. Can you kind of help us understand what is the major difference and what kind of changes are we looking at?
Well, there were some, I think there were some discussions about some of the details. I think the biggest concern we had was the shift to 3-foot distancing in the classroom was something that we welcomed. And I think the component that was a little concerning to make sure we understood was the 6-foot distancing in the cafeteria and how that would impact our operations, because our schools are not all built the same. And we have, schools with very large cafeterias and some with very tiny cafeterias. So we were just getting some concerns about, what do we do in case, it becomes difficult to meet that requirement? Do we have to now keep students at home and do alternating cohorts and so forth? And it was something that was very important for us to discuss with Public Health, because number one, we are going to follow the rules. I mean, we're a public agency, so we follow public laws and public rules. So we didn't want any administrators out there creating their own systems and skirting the rules. We wanted to make sure they were aware of our concerns. So that was one reason that the guidance was amended. And the way it was amended was basically to reflect the strategy that we've put in place since the beginning, which is what we call a layered safety strategy. It's the use of multiple safety strategies layered over each other to maximize the protection of the health and safety of our students and employees. So the idea is that in situations where you might not be able to fully meet one component, one strategy, that the other layers are able to be, modified in order to make up for, that area that may not be easy to meet. So for instance, if you're not able to meet the 6-foot distancing, what are the other measures in terms of your masking and, where the students eat, how long they have to eat, all these other, items that are in place. So recognizing that schools have different situations, what we said is that, number one, let's just make sure that we assure ourselves and our community that all of these strategies are being implemented. And in the situations where schools may find it difficult to meet one of those strategies, that they be given the flexibility to use the remaining strategies to make up for that. And then we work with Public Health to ensure that modified plan is approved and is safe for that school. So it really is just a reiteration that, we're not all working in cookie cutter facilities, and there has to be some common sense and some realization that, we may need to adjust the strategies to make up for those, those particular needs at particular schools. So that's what we worked on. I was very glad to read the introduction to the guidelines, because that's something new, but I think that's something that needed to be communicated. Number one, safety is important, but at the same time, in-person learning is important for students from an academic, from a social, from an emotional health standpoint. I'm glad that that statement was made, and I'm glad that they focus on the layered strategies, because sometimes we get into a conversation and someone says, well, we don't have 6 feet, that's 5.5 feet. Well, in reality, when we talk about strategies, vaccination is number one, face masks are number two, ventilation, keep your kids home when they're sick. All these other strategies are in place. So if you're talking about going from 6 feet to 5 feet, that shouldn't be a reason to keep your kids home, from school. So we really putting these safety measures in context and recognizing that we're relying on multiple strategies to address the health needs at school.
Mm-hmm. We had the chairperson of the Physicians Advisory Group on our show earlier this week, Dr. Ho Nguyen, and we also had some discussions with Chima about the possibility of mandating that GDOE staff, teachers, that they all be fully vaccinated. And I think we've had previous discussions where you've mentioned that you've got 80% or so, maybe even more by now, that are fully vaccinated. So have you been folded into any of those discussions, and is it needed at this point?
Yes, absolutely. We've been folded into that discussion. It really, I think this is a discussion that'll happen at a higher level, not just for teachers and staff, but for all frontline employees, especially employees who deal with vulnerable populations, right? So you could be talking about teachers and staff, you could be talking about police officers and firefighters, and then hospital workers. And I think there are certain categories of frontliners who, that may need this special need to ensure that vaccination is in place. I haven't prioritized it myself because, we're close to 80% for our school employees, and we're going to continue to work voluntarily to get to that target. The only concern I have is kind of thinking about the future and whether or not these discovered variants, pose an additional threat, to the community, and whether 80% is enough, to really be assured of safety. So for now, we've said voluntarily, on a voluntary basis, we're close to that 80% mark. But if there is a concern that we have to go even further than that, then we're willing to participate in that conversation. And I do think it needs to come at the level of public health or the governor, to make that decision, and not an agency by agency determination.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was something else that Dr. Nguyen had mentioned, and that was that only 30% of children that are eligible to be vaccinated are vaccinated. And he was hoping to push some sort of an effort to hold these vaccination clinics specifically just for eligible children. Have you heard anything about that?
Yeah, first of all, I'm going to probably reach out to him and take a look at our numbers, because I've been tracking the numbers that are being circulated at Public Health as well. And so what I'm showing as far as this was maybe dated, is it was July 23rd, but it looked like the 16 to 19-year-olds were at a 51% fully vaccinated situation. That was back on July 23rd. And that for the 12 to 15-year-olds, they were at 34%. So my number's a little bit different, but and for that reason, I think there is progress being made, with the younger group. They just started later. So I think I do agree, though, that we need to push. It's been difficult for us to do that because they haven't been in school. But now that they're back in school, I think, one thing is make sure the information is gets around, make sure the opportunities are provided. And we're happy to think about, and we actually encourage a school-based approach, if possible, to help target those areas and communities where vaccination rates might be lower than the average on Guam. So we're in line with that, and we've worked with AMC, and Dr. Nguyen to do those efforts, in the past. So we're looking forward to being partners in that area going forward.
John, we just had a message in our inbox here. I'm at my kids' orientation for Interon Middle School. I think this is from the other day. And the principal just told everyone they don't have school supplies yet that they're supposed to give the students from the Fed funds GDOE is using. Apparently, GDOE bought the supplies, but they said there's some kind of logistics problem where the company they bought hasn't been able to deliver all of them to all the districts. Some districts have, some don't. Interon Middle School doesn't have, so they're crossing their fingers that they get the school supplies before school starts.
Yeah, so there's a lot of supports coming in, and it's like a balancing act between telling people that things are coming in and then being able to commit to a certain date, because there are some things that occur where you're not able to do it on day one. But number one, I mean, the answer is that there definitely is support for school supplies that's been set aside, funded, and of course the effort now is to get them into the hands of the students. So we've got our eyes on that and working with the schools to make sure that is made available. So we appreciate the eyes on the issue, and the parents letting us know what they're hearing as well, so that we can continue to push to make sure that all schools get their supplies and get them into the hands of the kids. Now, don't worry if it's not day one. We're gonna, but we're gonna definitely work to make sure that near the start of the school year, those supplies are made available. But we have different, you know how it is when you have your team. I always tell our folks, don't overpromise, because you start setting dates and times and don't meet it. Then of course you're going to get questions and concerns, and that's fair. But of course, we do know that they're on their way, or they're in, to get to the students. What I'm actually anticipating, and which is a reality for us, is that at the front end it might seem slow when we talk about procurement and all of that, right? And all the processes you have to go through to get the supplies and equipment here. And even as we go through the procurement process, we also run into issues with vendors. Are they on schedule? We just got word about shipping issues, shipping delays. So there's a lot on the front end that we have to work through. But once these supplies start coming in, I'm starting to see containers just arriving and going from our warehouse. And we're now looking at, a warehouse that we have to repeatedly clear and distribute. And then the minute it becomes open space, the next container arrives. So I have my staff focused on looking at, the plan for, receiving, storing, distributing all these supplies and goods that are going to be coming in with these federal funds. And that's another issue. So I told them, our school administrators, be patient, because once these things come in, the next thing we're going to hear is, where do we store these? How do we, distribute all of these? And that's going to be another operation that we need to be prepared for.
John,
so we thank everybody for checking in, and we do want to hear from our parents to make sure that on the ground level they're getting what they need to get. But be patient with us, because there's a lot coming through and a lot of details that need to be sorted out in order for us to effectively get these supplies and equipment to the schools and to the families.
John, sorry, just last point. I think it was a comment we had earlier. So, when the kids go to school, they get the laundry list of the supplies that are needed. So how do parents kind of vet that against what school supplies the department is going to give, right? So you don't want to go out and buy like 10 composition notebooks if you're just going to get them for free down the line.
So we'll bring that up to this afternoon. I'm getting a lot of questions about school supplies, about teacher supplies and so forth. And we're meeting with the principals later this afternoon to maybe answer some of those questions, because I'm sure the orientations they're getting it. So let me give you an example. Teacher supplies, school supplies. Some families want to know if they're going to get the money, or they're going to get a voucher, or they're going to get the supplies, when and how many. So those types of things we need to clarify. I made a comment earlier that has spread like wildfire. I mentioned that we purchased washers and dryers for schools, and we've always had washers and dryers for our basic life skills classes, and so it's not a new thing. But we also plan to be able to use those equipment for families in need of those types of services. So I wanted to clarify, it's not really like a laundromat where you come in on the weekends and wash clothes, but it really is, through the work of our administrators, teachers, and our social workers. We know that there are families that are struggling with uniforms and trying to keep their uniforms clean. And when we identify those situations, we want to make sure the supports are there at school. So I wanted to just, maybe provide some nuance before, people start rushing down there on Saturday morning, get the first loads in. So, but
So it's going to be first come, first serve, right, John?
Right.
First come, first serve to do your laundry.
Drive through.
Curbside.
John, when you were talking about the school supplies, what about and equipment that's still coming in? What about those air ventilation systems? Are they in every classroom? Did you get everything?
No, the first thing one of the things that's really been the biggest push right now is because of our air conditioning situation, is making sure that the critical air conditioning issues are all addressed by the start of the school year. So we still have units being replaced even up to this point. The challenge was, given our local funding and all of our funding cuts, the past few years, we essentially ran out of money with our air conditioning contract back in April. And normally we would wait till October 1st when the new budget gets approved to move forward with the new contract. So over the summer, we had to address all of that and move, address the contract so that we could move federal funds in to support those efforts. And so we were able to do so with the federal funding to just address all of the working air conditioning needs, because there needs to be circulation in the classroom, and that's our priority. The HEPA filters, because there are so many commercial-sized HEPA filters that are being purchased, the bid is actually closing around the first day of school, and then they will start to come in as that process completes. So they won't be available in all schools for the first day, but they will be coming in shortly after. And it's just because we're looking at a really high volume of units that have to be brought in.
Okay. So aircon repairs underway, and the HEPA filters are on their way.
Yeah, so those are actually published and ready to accept the bids. You have to go through a number of days and processes to get those things in. So we're doing what we can to continue to expedite those particular supports. But overall, I think, with regard to getting the classrooms ready, that's our focus. With the air conditioning, with the cleaning supplies, with the face masks, with all of the things that the school should have. I know that last year we had this interesting conversation where we were hearing from parents that teachers were saying weren't enough supplies, face masks or other things, and so we really worked to ensure that we're all communicating, because based on what we're tracking at the central office, there should be more than enough safety supplies at the schools. So it really depends on making sure that they're distributed in a way that the teachers and students feel comfortable that they have enough supplies to be able to operate safely. So definitely that's something that has already been put in place in all schools.
All right.
All right, John, looks like you don't have to do a press conference at 1. We already did it.
No.
Boom.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think we were talking with staff that this is the time where redundancy is key. We just need the people to hear the same information, and so they understand that this is what's happening, because sure enough, by this afternoon, someone's going to call and say, what's the first day of class?
No, John. This afternoon, they're going to call. They're going to call and they'll be like, so wait, curbside pickup for laundry services on Saturday, right? I'm going to stop repeating that.
Yeah, stop.
Exactly.
Okay. Thanks, John. Good luck today.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, guys.
We'll see you.
All right.
There you go.
So, we'll be carrying that press conference that GDOE is going to be having at 1 o'clock.
Yep, and be sure to separate your colors and your whites, guys.
So it's going to be an important press conference, and the good thing is if you miss it at 1, don't worry, you can always play it back later.
Or you can just watch the interview we just did with him.
Well, there'll probably be additional information, right, with the bus schedules and things like that, because DPW will be there. And then for parents in the Lago and Luton district, there is a parent session where you get to, talk to GDOE leaders. That is tonight. It's the first one of a series. So 6 o'clock, I think we posted the Zoom invite, in the comment section, and if not, it's on our Instagram page for sure.
All right. Yeah. So I actually got a call during the interview about these EBT cards for the students, and the guy was saying like, "Oh, can't we pick it up at the school? That'd just be way easier." But from what it sounds like, from what John was saying, is public health will be on site at the mall to kind of run these cards and give them the balance and all that stuff. But this is going to be huge, and it's just another COVID blessing, guys. Each child's going to get, I believe, $1,200 in an EBT card because they didn't get to get their free lunches last school year for obvious reasons.
Right, and you have to register before you go.
Did we get the link?
Yes, I even mentioned it earlier. I'm not sure if Jason posted it, but it's tinyurl.com/PEBT Guam.
All right. Yeah, be sure to register because, like John said, the first couple days are already full up.
Right.
And, you know, that's how they're going to try and mitigate a lot of the crowds, right, is by spreading these out over a certain amount of days.
And the first, they're going to start distributing them on August 9th. That's next week, Monday.
Right.
Through the 27th. And that's 11 a.m. to 6:30 p.m.
Guys, make sure you buy your fruits and vegetables, okay? Don't blow it all on, you know, black tea and finger steak, okay? Because this is a big blessing. It's 9:33. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. Catching your favorite events during the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games has never been easier. In addition to the KUAM TV8 broadcast presentations of the July 23rd opening ceremony, the competitions you look most forward to, and the poignant closing ceremony, you can stream the specific events you want to watch through NBCOlympics.com and the NBC Sports app. Visit KUAM's website and click on any of the Tokyo 2020 banner ads and you will be whisked away to all the action. If streaming sports in the Summer Games is on your personal viewing schedule, then look no further than KUAM.com for links to watch the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games.
Where the sun never stops shining. Can I take you to a place I call home? Down south in Pneumatic where my family roams. It's a hot summer day and we all kicking back, sipping on a cold one. Now what you think about that? That's life. Here on this island paradise. Yo, I'm going back soon, but I might think twice, cause that city life is way too fast. Yo, I'd rather stay and gone because this life is bad. Ass and beaches, surrounded by my nature. No need to worry about these player haters and my culture. I got love for my people, still rapping Guam, staying true.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thursday morning continues here as we creep towards the 10 o'clock hour, but we got some really good news to tell you about very, very positive things that we here at KUAM are unbelievably honored just to be able to do for our community, which we love so much. You know, the KUAM Care Force is our community service initiative, founded in no small part by our next guest in the Zoom room, our CEO, Marie Calvo-Monge. Hafa Marie.
Hafa Jace.
We make it seem like we're a million miles apart. You're like 30 feet away over in your office and everything like that. But, you know, the fact that we are always all together, each and every one of us at the because basically if you work at KUAM, you're a part of the KUAM Care Force, and that's not mandated. All of us are volunteers. All of us really, really love giving back, and we got two really, really cool events that we want to talk about this morning.
Yeah, so, you know, KUAM, we've been participating in Giving Tuesday for a while now, and a few years ago, we were approached by the national organization and asked to be ambassadors for Guam, and so we kind of, you know, took that responsibility and ran with it in continuing what we do with the community. And the Giving Tuesday organization has a really big opportunity for local grassroots leaders, activists, organizers, or even people with an idea that will help the community. It's called the Starling Collective, and they are accepting applications through September 1st. It's a pretty cool program in that really, like, you don't have to be an established, you know, a renowned leader or known, you know, in big circles. You may just have an idea that you think would really benefit the community, and so they're looking for people from all over the world to join this to grant this fellowship to. And so I really wanted to help get the word out for them and get some people from Guam to apply and to get involved. The fellowship entails mentorship and networking with global organizations, so people from all over the world, as well as a $2,000 stipend that can be used towards your cause or your project or your organization.
That goes a long way.
It will really, when you're looking at the grassroots level, it's something that can just set something into motion. Another cool thing about this fellowship is that the age requirement, you can be in high school or middle school even. I think the minimum age to apply is 13. So it's 13 years of age. And basically, yeah, it's not too stringent of an application process. You can go on their website, givingtuesday.org. It's right on their homepage, and I believe it's just a simple form that you fill out, and the deadline is September 1st.
Yeah, so Joser's got the video spot. We've got all the graphics up here right now. And we really want to encourage people to do this because, as Marie was just saying, you know, you don't have to be like an established big like corporate structure. You can be a nonprofit organization. You can be a church group. You can just be a family who has a passion for giving back and wanting to help people that are less fortunate, or you may see a need in our community that you don't think is filled adequately and everything like that. Get involved. There are people that are literally sitting by the phones right now, waiting for you to turn in these applications. And so Marie, like, we're getting ready to send all our kids back to school. It's going to be a somewhat chaotic time and everything like that. But the application process is not insane, right? These
No, it
especially
isn't.
if you've never done this kind of thing before, they can be very treacherous waters, but they've actually made it really easy.
And don't be intimidated when you see that it's a fellowship, right? Because when you look at the criteria of being 13 years of age, they also on their website, they list the previous cohorts, and you'll see that they vary from environmental projects to kids who created PPE or did a project where they sewed masks for people in their community. So it's education, environment, anything at the grassroots levels. So just, at the very least, just check it out. We take a shot at it because it's a very worthwhile fellowship. And I have to tell you, this organization, this Giving Tuesday organization, they're incredible. They provide so many resources to anybody who wants to join the movement. So
can you believe this coming December, it's going to be the 6th year that we participated in Giving Tuesday?
I believe so.
Yeah,
yes.
and I remember you walked into the conference room, and Chris and Sabrina and I were just like sitting there eating lunch, and you're like, guys, check this out. I've got something for you guys. And we're like, we need some ideas about what we can do. And each of us, didn't say, oh man, here's another assignment, or this is one more thing we got to do. We're like, hey, I've got a really cool idea and ways that we can actually improve our community.
And one thing is that we've always, and Bree and Chris can attest to this, and you as well, Jace, is that community service has always been at the heart of what we do. But when we kind of labeled it or kind of rallied around the Giving Tuesday movement, it just kind of helped us organize things that we did every year anyway, so it's something that we're going to continue, and it would be so great to see someone from our local community be a part of this fellowship.
Yeah, and if you do it, please make sure to reach out to us when you are approved and everything like that. We would love to cover it. We would love to shine the light on what wonderful things you are doing for our community, because at the end of the day, we're all just neighbors and we benefit from it as much as you do. So thank you for everyone who's going to reach out. And now, so that's part one. Part two is our ongoing promotion, which we've got about 40 hours left for Fill the Bus. We got a big box right here in our lobby. We're right across the street from Cosula. So if you would like to help donate school supplies, we were just talking with the superintendent about there is a need for that. GDOE is making supplies available to its students and everything, but we want to do what we can too, and we're helping our friends at the Salvation Army.
Yes, so Kloppenberg Enterprises, they're a big supporter of the Salvation Army, on Saturday they're going to be pulling up a bus into our parking lot. And we've been collecting donations from around the community. We had a huge, which was featured on the news, we had a huge donation from Jay Goodman the other day of diapers, I believe, for babies. And Ordot Dental Clinic has donated stuff. We've had a lot of other businesses and individuals come through. But the goal is when that bus parks to fill it up with different school supplies and different essential needs for children in our community. And so Saturday is the day we're going to load it all on. But if you want to come earlier, we have a donation area set up in our lobby. You can come and drop your stuff there looking for school supplies, food pantry essentials, backpacks, whatever you can. Anything big or small will add to the collective donation that we're going to be making to help kids.
Now, obviously, there is a very, very practical advantage, because we're going to give these kids, composition books, writing instruments, pens, pencils, markers, what have you, and everything like that. So there's going to be a tangible benefit when the kids head back to class on Monday. But as our friends at the Salvation Army have mentioned, Marie, there's also the psychological advantage of telling these kids, hey, I have something, I have these tools, they're all mine. I know I'm well equipped to go out there and be the best I can be.
Exactly. And it's great that these kids will be getting these stipends and other support. But as parents, we know what a kid can go through, what their needs are, and how those lists of school supplies just add up, and things like other essentials like food and diapers and other things that our children may need. the need is just so great. And this is just part of, again, we talk about Giving Tuesday and we rally around that day in December, but part of what the organization is kind of trying to encourage their different ambassadors to do is just to make every day Giving Tuesday. And so with that, we've created some other drives and events throughout the year and throughout this, especially with the pandemic. There are a lot of people suffering out there. So we just want to do what we can and get the word out, to help those in need.
Yeah, and you know what, everybody? We are just the conduits, all of us at the KUAM Care Force. The fact that the community comes out and participates, their time, their donations, their contributions, their love, their sentiments, and everything like that, that is what truly makes each and every one of our community service initiatives a success. And each one of them has been a win. And we are batting 1,000 on this thing.
Yes, so come and help us fill the bus, however you can.
All right. Well, Marie, you have always been, the figurehead of each one of our initiatives, and it's our pleasure to have somebody at the head of our company always wanting to do great things for the community.
Thanks, Jace.
All right. So cool stuff. So make sure we fill that bus, everybody.
Fill them up.
On Saturday when we see that Kloppenburg. But we actually want to have the bus be like a little bit like sagging, push it. We want to make the first lowrider bus on Guam.
Yeah.
We want to make that happen.
I also wanted to
lower the bus, we should call it.
Just if we could just take a sec to congratulate the KUAM news team, as I know that our Tomas Maglotnia had won a few different awards for Indigenous Native journalism. I think he won about 3 first-place finishes in a few different categories. So,
nice.
He actually swept.
Yeah.
He first, second, and third.
Yeah.
And the great thing, he entered the student category, I believe, but he credited KUAM for. I mean, he entered those awards with KUAM. So.
Yeah.
So fitting that we're showing the Olympics right now, and Tomas got gold, silver, and bronze.
Yeah, it's a sweep. And to all of you too, I know you mentioned you did the trivia earlier, but it's our 65th anniversary for KUAM TV. So happy anniversary.
Happy 60. Well, we have now. That means that KUAM has reached retirement age, but we're not done. We're still doing this thing every single day. We're gonna bring programming to you.
How about like a mini retirement? We could do like a mini. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Marie.
Yeah. Thank you.
We'll see you guys.
All right.
We're taking a quick break, and we're back with more of The Link next, right here. Good morning.
Pastrami is back at Subway. Pepper crusted beef.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com. See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. Catching your favorite events during the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games has never been easier. In addition to the KUAM TV8 broadcast presentations of the July 23rd opening ceremony, the competitions you look most forward to, and the poignant closing ceremony, you can stream the specific events you want to watch through NBCOlympics.com and the NBC Sports app. Visit KUAM's website and click on any of the Tokyo 2020 banner ads and you will be whisked away to all the action. If streaming sports in the Summer Games is on your personal viewing schedule, then look no further than KUAM.com for links to watch the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Hey, good morning. The Link, 9:56. What a big show this morning. Found out a lot of info for you guys. Some of the takeaways.
You're asking me?
Yeah. I just put it out there. I was speaking it into the universe.
Oh, okay. Well, we know that there's 12 Army personnel that were on board a Navy ship that are
USN
now
Fisher.
that are now at the government of Guam isolation facility. Public health got the phone call yesterday. Hey, we need your help. Can we bring these soldiers into your isolation facility? Not sure why they didn't bring them into the military isolation facility, but be that as it may, they are over at the Bayview. It is the USNS Fisher. According to Chima, it's from Yokosuka, Japan. Right. I was looking at their travel log. Apparently, they left yesterday, which I believe that's what Chima said. But Chima didn't even have the information on the ship at all, or how long it had been on Guam. But according to this website that I'm on, it said that the ship arrived on July 30th, and it departed yesterday at 9:27. Also, what else? The 30 new positives that we recorded last night. We're waiting for information from public health for a breakdown. Were they children? Were they vaccinated, unvaccinated, etc.? So we have to wait for information on that.
It'd be much easier if they just put it all out with the JIC release. How about there's an idea? Wow.
Right.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. We're
You see that, guys? Wait, hold on. 9:57, Thursday, August 5th. Sabrina said I am right.
Yeah, and make sure to join us at 1 o'clock on our Facebook page. We're going to be streaming the Guam Department of Education press conference. Yeah,
what do you call it?
Bust a bell.
God damn, that's good.
So you'll have information, that you're going to need to know when your child gets on that bus and when the bell rings when they get to school. So
From boom to ding. That's 1 p.m., all right?
1 p.m.
Thank you guys so much. Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITE, and Jack in the Box. Good job today, Sabrina.
Good job, Chris.
KUAM TV, it's been so great. We'll catch you guys tomorrow morning. Remember, we jam the show on KUAM TV from 8 to 10 every weekday. It is the link. KUAM TV land. Está. Adios.
Bye.
We're back on the breeze and Facebook Live for Cover Me, which is brought to you by Burger King. Just one more day until Chicken Fries Friday. Yep, you go to Chicken Fries Friday tomorrow. Burger King. You order you a chicken fries. They're so delicious. And you say, I love, love, love chicken fries. They're going to give you another one. Just like bada boom, bada bing, just like that. Make sure you tell them the link sent you, okay? And our Cover Me this morning, also brought to you by Docomo Pacific. We leave you now with Mellow James and this morning's Cover Me. Good morning.
My name is Melford James. This is my brother Brian Munya. I'd like to dedicate this song to our brother Eddie Bo. Such a loving and humble soul and a great leader in the Micronesian community, especially to the Micronesian youth. We'd like to give our love and condolences to the family. And rest in love always, brother. Home is where the heart is, my heart's own home. Though I never really had one to call my own. Now I've been given a key by the carpenter of Galilee, with interest paid. The title's made to me. Home where there is no night. Home where the sun's the light. The place I've been dreaming of so long. Loved ones there to welcome me, but his sweet face will be the first I see. When my journey's over, I am going home. Everybody dreams of going home, it seems.
than windows, walls, and doors. It's a warm embrace where a smiling face is awaiting you. Home where there is no night. Home where the sun is still alive. Place I've been dreaming of so long. Loved ones there to welcome me, but his sweet face will be the first I see. When my journey's over, I am going home. Home where there is no night. Home where the sun's still alive. The place I've been dreaming of so long.